All right, so go right here, bro.
All right. Number one, I love the Bible. I love correcting some of you dumb Negroes about this Bible. That's what I do. That's my job. You know, because a lot of y'all don't really know the Bible. Y'all just read it, but you don't read into it and you don't understand it. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to help you understand the Bible. All right? Understand everything that I know. What? The Most High gave it to me, right? The Most High gave me that knowledge. He gave me the information. The Most High knew exactly who I was going to be before I came out of the womb. Am I correct? So why y'all getting mad and hating on me? That's like you getting mad at Satan, the devil, when Satan does everything that the Most High asks him to do. How can you get mad at Satan? In fact, Satan is a loyal soldier more so than you Hebrews or do any of you Christians, because you teach that Satan cannot do nothing without the power and authority without the Most High consent. So it is the Most High that gives Satan the power to do what he do. It is the Most High who sent Satan down to the earth to claim souls and to take souls. This is what you teach. So you can't have it both ways. Check. Another thing. Satan can only kill with permission. This is what y'all teach. 1 minute you mad at Satan for following the rules and laws and orders of the Most High. How can you be mad at Satan? See how dumb this little nigga Tory is, y'all? He ain't, I told you, once you become myopic in a box, anything that people bring to you, you will not adhere to it. He showed you who wrote the New Testament. He showed you what he said about the New Testament. And this little nigga still up in here saying God said this and God said that. These niggas are just retarded, man. These little niggas are just retarded. He ain't go and look up what Shaka said. He didn't say, well, let me see if Shaka telling the truth and do me some research. This dumb, stupid little nigga comes back with God said this and yeah, and God put all nations together and made them different. Like, nigga, shut up already, man. Just shut up, nigga. Damn. Slit your wrist or something, nigga. Because you're poison to the youth, man. You're already poison to the other youth that's coming up looking around you. You probably trying to teach your friends this shit. Nigga, slit your wrist already, nigga. Get it over with, nigga. All right, peace and black power family. Welcome to another Sonetta TV House of Consciousness production. You already know what it is. This is your brother Sonetta. I am your host, and I'm bringing in another heavy hitter. You brothers and sisters better be ready. When we build this wall, this Kemetic wall, oh my God, ain't nothing stopping. We bringing in another young brother. He's a scholar. You one leave, 5 more come in. Reggie leave, 5 more come in. You know what I'm saying? Garfield leaves and turn his back on Kemet, 10 more come in. We already got Chris Harris. We bringing in another brother who is awesome, who is powerful. I would say I don't know, between him and Jabari, I would say they probably right here until I see the brother's work and ethic, and if he can handle the ring, getting in, or the battlefield, or whatever, anybody that come at him, if he can deal with that pressure, I think he can, because he's killing. And so without any further ado, I bring to you my brother, Shaka, in the building. What's up, Shaka? He runs the channel of Ma'at Forever. So if y'all are aware of that, make sure you go and subscribe to Ma'at Forever channel. Go over there and show some love for our brother. Peace and black power to you. Hotep. Shaka, what's happening, man? Unmute yourself.
Hotep Sen-E Sanera.
Yeah.
Thank you for the invitation. I just want to greet the people as I usually do. Hotep Senu, Hena Senut, Iti, Ren Ishaka and Kemet. I hope you're doing well. Bonjour, Sat Passe, Mbote, all that good stuff.
Damn, don't y'all hear that? Don't that sound beautiful to your ears, man, right there? Just to hear him go in on that. I know he's dealing with knowledge, man.
Have you ever met the Afala Benga?
No,
Well, I
I've
have.
seen him. I've seen him, but
You've seen
I'm
him.
not acquainted with
Well,
him.
you seen
Yes,
him on YouTube?
but but brother, you like to say I know him and him. In 30 years, you don't have a book, you don't have a
No.
website, you don't have a platform. You have to go on other people's platforms. So you can talk all you want that you were acquainted with
Well,
whoever.
you don't.
It
You
doesn't
have
hold any
anything? I
bearing
mean,
with your scholarship.
listen. I think everybody knows my work. You're just being introduced,
What is
okay?
your work? You've been carrying their suitcases. You went errand and bought them drinks and coffee and tea. Everybody can do that. That's why I nickname you Butler.
So Sonetta, so Sonetta, so you allow this person to talk about I carry Sonetta's bags and suitcases
So you
and
are Butler
things.
for Sanera as well. It's good to know. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So
And
I
Sanera
do
called you the B word. You did not object. You don't have any
oh
backbone,
Sonetta,
Reggie.
you know
The Semitic Allah, burning down tells us, was a black God represented by a black bull whose hide denoted his black skin.
Here's the picture that he showed on the screen. It's a deity El, the god El. Pay attention to the crown or the headdress, if you will. This is a picture from the front of the same statue, a little closer, and a little bit from the side here. Now, this headdress is actually the Atef crown. If you go on Webster's online dictionary, that's what it says. Atef is the specific feathered white crown of the Egyptian deity Osiris. It combines the head jet, the crown of Upper Egypt, with red ostrich feather for the Osiris cult. The Atef crown identifies Osiris in ancient Egyptian painting. If you go to Webster's dictionary, Merriam-Webster, it says Atef, hold on, a tall crown with a long feather on each side, shown in the art of ancient Upper Egypt as worn by Osiris. Okay? Here you can see Osar or Osiris with the Atef crown. This is from the papyrus of Nebket. It's actually in the Louvre Museum, and you can see me filming that papyrus on the video entitled Reality Check. Why black people ain't going nowhere, but you might as well put Afro Style Reality Check, it's gonna come up. And in here it's also from the Louvre Museum. You have Osiris in the middle with the Atef crown, and the description for it, if you go on the website of the Louvre Museum and you type Royal and Divine Triad, you can do a search and you will see they mention that he is actually wearing the Atef crown. Now finally you can compare the crowns. Okay, first you have the god of the Arabs Negroes, which first is El, but somehow some way becomes Allah, but that's up to y'all, that's up to the doctor. And then you have the one that I showed you, Osiris. Then again from the front compared with another statue of Osiris, and then finally the same statue from another angle.
Biblical King's Seal discovered in dump site. This is the royal seal of the King Hezekiah, and here we have an ankh. And finally, last but not least, You need to see it to believe it. The God of the Bible. L. Slept in his own dung and urine. This is Ugaritic Narrative Poetry, page 195. And we also have this book here, The Masoretic in a Prophetic Literature, where it clearly says that L floundered in his own feces and urine.
Check. Frankie is a punk. Sanada is a sucker. He is a lame. He's gonna get blasted today or tomorrow or the any day. Well, I don't see myself. Let me refresh the page. I don't see myself. Can you see what is it? Let me try on the mobile. Can you see me? The internet page, I don't see myself. I hear the sound though. See on the mobile version. Okay, now I see myself. Okay, well, I don't know what happened. So quality, not good, but to the maximum. Or maybe if I do that, it may have been buffering a little bit. Refresh the page. Okay. Now, for those who don't know, you have that symbol for settings. It's kind of similar on mobile phones. So you can choose the quality of the video. You can put the highest quality, just in case you didn't know. So Andrew, oh, my bad. Hotep Senu, Hena Senut, Et, Ren-I, Shaka and Kemet. I hope you're doing well. The title of this live stream is Prayer for the Destruction of Islam and Christianity. Yes, you will hear somebody praying for the destruction of Islam and Christianity, which will show you how much of punks and suckers and sissies the black Muslims and Muslim period will be capping for Sa. Because you will see that those guys who pray for the destruction of Islam, they have all the honor and respect and love and appreciation on Frankie's punk channel. But first, let me go through the comments in the chat. You have Andrew Bennett in the place to be. You have V. Bennett in the place to be. Yeah, if Andrew Bennett wrote, I'm in the place to be. V. Bennett wrote, Sanetta, you're really hurt now. Nas, you can't leave. Don't start none, won't be none. Started something. Somebody gonna finish it. Love Mifro is in the place to be. V. Bennett wrote, we don't stop talking about the rapists, pedophiles, scammers, and dope fiends posing as conscious. No, we can't stop, won't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. No. Sugar Hayes is in the place. Is it the place to be? What's up, Scam Cheddar? It's not morning for him, but it may be morning. People who are into substance, they wake up late. But it's 4 p.m. in New York right now. Nigeria Bennett wrote Shaka. Oh yeah, that's the time where we couldn't say anything. And yes, it was frozen because I stopped using the Wi-Fi and I've used the cable. Thank you for informing me. Okay, for those who don't know, the chat is open to members only. It costs $3 per month, which is $36 per year. I don't know any personal detail. This is handled by YouTube/Google. And if you want to stop, you can stop at any time. It's not like, you have to do 6 months or 1 year. It's a way to support me because I do all this information. You have people who live in New York. They don't even know all these things going on in New York. You know what I'm saying? So if people appreciate it, then, it is what it is. Now, but it's not an obligation. I will share the link for people to get on the panel. But first, I want you to hear this. There's a brother. His username is Killer B, the Witchfinder General. For a strange reason, the Hebrew Israelites don't want to talk about him. But he wants the smoke. He's asking for the smoke. He's almost begging for the smoke. When people make videos about me, he says, "Where's my video?" Pinching is Sanetta's kryptonite. Killer B, the Witchfinder. Killer B, the Witchfinder General. I usually say Killer B for short. He's the Hebrew Israelites' kryptonite. They don't even want to mention him. He was a Hebrew Israelite for over 20 years, 2 decades. So he knows a little something. That's his channel right there. That's the video that he uploaded. I will first play his video, then I will play the source of the video, which has a better quality in terms of sound and visuals. But I'm sharing this because it's thanks to him that I was made aware of what you were seeing here. It's serious, man. Serious, man. All these black Muslims, man, Orthodox or non-Orthodox, Nation of Islam, y'all looking bad hanging on SARS platform. As a matter of fact, what did you hear in the intro? You hear Punk Sanetta saying that he loves the Bible.
All right, so then go right here, bro.
All right. Number one, I love the Bible. I love correcting some of you dumb Negroes about this Bible. That's what I do. That's my job. Because a lot of y'all don't really know the Bible. Y'all just read it, but you don't read into it and you don't understand it. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to help you understand the Bible. All right? Understand everything that I know. What? The Most High gave it to me, right? The Most High gave me that knowledge. He gave me the information. The Most High knew exactly who I was going to be before I came out of the womb. Am I correct? So why y'all getting mad and hating on me? That's like you getting mad at Satan, the devil, when Satan does everything that the Most High asks him to do. How can you get mad at Satan? In fact, Satan is a loyal soldier more so than you Hebrews or do any of you Christians, because you teach that Satan cannot do nothing without the power and authority without the Most High consent. So it is the Most High that gives Satan the power to do what he do. It is the Most High who sent Satan down to the earth to claim souls and to take souls. This is what you teach. So you can't have it both ways. Check. Another thing. Satan can only kill with permission. This is what y'all teach. 1 minute you mad at Satan for following the rules and laws and orders of the Most High. How can you be mad at Satan?
Scam Chatter said that Satan is a more loyal soldier than you Hebrew Israelites. And he ended, at one point you heard him say clearly, how can you be mad at Satan? Scam Chatter, who doesn't give a F about the Kemetic text, yet claims to be Kemet, like he says, I'm Kemet. That's what he says, right? That's what he used to say. Ask him to quote a Kemetic text, man. And I don't mean the whole Kemetic text, just oh my goodness. Now, he's a transformer, man. He's a transformer, man. Because what else did he say about the God of the Bible? The same guy who claimed that he loves the Bible. What did he say about the God of the Bible?
Shaka, all these niggas sleep with each other's wives, brother. All of them. Our brother, me and Cornell ain't beefing, But
Wives?
Quanah,
You mean wives' daughters?
no, they sleep with each other's wives. Like, say a Hebrew Israelite is married to one of these brothers, and she breaks up with them. Next thing you know, she's with the other Hebrew Israelite. The mighty Hebrew, brother Zabak, and brother Quanah had the same wife at one point in time. Now, this is common knowledge, so I'm not banging on my brother Quanah. Everybody knows this. See? So that's why when you look at it, you got to be like, come on, man. All they do is bang on each other. I don't care about that shit, you know? Because I know you are fucking men who make mistakes. You are just men who make mistakes like everybody else, brother. There's nothing special about you because you following some spook-ass God, some God who we know is narcissistic, who's demonic, who's a goddamn liar, who's bipolar. The God of the Bible is a bipolar motherfucker.
The God of the Bible is demonic, a liar, and a bipolar motherfucker. And those Hebrews like, hang on that channel over there. The dude said that your God is demonic. I mean, I only quoted the Ugaritic text. He only says that El got so drunk that he fell in his own feces and urine, you know. It was on the alcohol, you know. But to say that he was demonic, that's taking up 10 notches up, man. He's basically banging on your God with a smile. And they're so desperate that they hang on his channel, man. Man, let me hear Sar say that some God of Kemet is demonic, man. You know what I'm saying? If he thinks that he's getting some wrath now, man, I dare you to say that some God of Kemet is demonic, man. Oh, my goodness. Let me see the comments, man. His own words, being mad at Sanetta is like being mad at Satan. So evil is the rules of the Most High. So obviously he committing dirt in his mind. He's following his God. he has it twisted, man. Because, it's only with permission of the Most High. So in his mind, if I scam the people, it is with the permission of the Most High. The dude came using the Most High. That's the Hebrews who like to use that term. He's being real. Shaka, can't believe he's saying this. They don't even say he's lying. No, they don't say that because they're happy to be on a panel. They're so desperate, you know what I'm saying? But hey, man. So let's check this.
Yo, what's up, y'all? It's Killer B, the doggone Witchfinder General. Yeah, Witch, I'm burning you up. Yo, check this out, yo. Young Johanna is sending up a prayer to the Most High God. To the Most High God. For all of you UFOs and Michael and Gabriel and Yahavashah to come to bring destruction on us. Come to bring destruction on us, oh Lord. Come to bring destruction on us wicked people. Check this bullshit out, y'all. Check this out. This is the Most High Passover.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, King of heaven and earth, and all things living. Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua. Listen to us now, right now. Send evils and curses and punishment and destruction to the heathen that speak against us. Thy prophets, the teachers, the princes, the priests, the Israelite brothers, and the school, and the sisters, send evil and curses and punishment. Shake loose the treasures of the rich of Israel that refuse to support thy will and thy covenant and thy school and thy king. Force their riches to enter into thy sanctuary evils and curses and punishment and destruction to the Edomites and the nation and their drug dealers and their truck system and their prison system. Destroy Planned Parenthood and all the agencies of our enemy. Amalek and his synagogue. And the Jews too. With all his armies, with his weapons. Army, Air Force, Navy, and Marines too. Goddamn, Georgia. The Roman Catholic Church that destroy our babies. What did I do to y'all babies? And the Pope, which passed judgment against our brothers. Islam, Christianity, Egyptology, militia groups. Egyptology? Bring destruction to Egyptology. Ku Klux Klan, Aryan Nation, skinhead. I'm scared. You want to kill me too? Posse Comandante. What the fuck is that? Nigga, I don't even think you know what the fuck that shit is. Anybody know what the hell he just said? I know Navy do his shit, but anybody else? The gang movement. The Crips and the Bloods. I thought you was blood, bro. The lesbian movement. The lesbians. God damn. Spies. Workers of witchcraft. Workers of witchcraft. I gotta get rid of all these goddamn altars up in here. The space program. What the hell NASA gonna do? The Army. The Army. Navy. Air Force. Navy. Wall Street. Wall Street. Deal with them all. Open up the internet. And then the internet. Nigga, ain't what the internet closed? Since when the motherfucker? Hey. The cable access channel and the radio channel convict the spirit of any of our people that seek to stop us, bring swift destruction to all the people that stand in thy way or that try to stop us from broadcasting your word throughout the planet. Let loose all the planes, cause them to go to and fro through the earth and consume them. Let the planes shake the house of the thief and the murderer. Let Yahushua and Michael and Gabriel come down with the flying saucers. The flying saucers, y'all, the flying saucers. Is they gonna have tea on them saucers? All the heathens that have enslaved our people, that come up against us as we speak our word, cause it to be known by all that it is thee, that is thy angels that have done it. Cause it to be spread through the media, throughout the whole world. Cause them to shake at thy coming. In the name of Yahushua, we thank thee, O Yahweh, for thy mercy, for thy kindness, for thy long suffering, for forgiving us, O Lord, and renewing our covenant. How you gonna think you done sent the Navy, Air Force, and Marines, Scientology, Egyptology, the goddamn police, the Catholics, the popes, and he gonna put all them motherfuckers on your ass and shit? You thinking? So be it. So be it. Good, googly muggly.
Good. I ain't never seen no fucking monkey ass shit like this before. Like, hell no, I ain't never worn them motherfucking shit. I got a couple IUIC shirts and shit I made over here and shit. I use them for rags and shit. When I'm doing jobs and shit like that, I use them for rags. That's all I wanted to give y'all today. I'll be back later, y'all. Now I'm about to get up out of here. I got to roll and shit. I just wanted to share this foolishness with y'all. Like, share, subscribe, niggas, and I'm out. Hit the goddamn cash app, motherfuckers and shit. Nigga need some money, so I go to liquor store.
Oh my neferu. Oh my neferu. You need to subscribe to this brother's channel, man. He knows the Black Hebrews were like very well, and they don't want to talk about him. Man. He's begging for videos. Where my video? I want my video. That's his channel here. And he has receipts upon receipts, man. He has so much receipts. It takes him days to find the receipts. Now, guy who spoke was General Yahana. He's the leader of ISUPK. And indeed, he said, bring destruction to archaeology, which is an academic field. It's like saying, no, not archaeology. He said Egyptology. Now, maybe he said archaeology as well, but, I recall he said Egyptology. I mean, it's like, marketing is an academic field, right? It's a discipline, So it's a field of study. So it's like it's a good saying. Bring destruction to marketing. Bring destruction to business administration. Yeah, the commentary is bananas, man. Oh man, say. B. Bennett is asking, didn't one of these dudes die of COVID? I don't know, man, but many people died of COVID. He said, we speak thy word law. He speaks Shakespearean English law. Now check this out. Check this out. Nobody will be able to say it's old news. You see where it comes from? Cross the Line Radio. That's the Zariak's YouTube channel. With the Puerto Rican white dude, Carteza. The Puerto Rican Caucasian of European descent. But Europeans are Israelites, according to ISUPK, by the mere presence of living la vida loca. Streamed 23 hours ago. They can't say it's old news. It's not even a day old. It's not even 24 hours old. Well, actually, if I refresh, maybe, because I prepared that page, But anyway, that's 1 day ago, They ain't going to say it's old news. So you see, it says, is it large enough? Yes. ISUPK, the Lord's 54th annual Passover live. That's when they celebrate the death of Black folks. That's where they celebrate the death of Africans, the Passover. And it says, we are extremists about righteousness. All right. So, damn, I had the timestamps. Or maybe the timestamps are on my other computer. But anyway, you have a better quality here. Look at them. Praying together, concentrating.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, King of heaven and earth, and all things living.
See, they have children.
Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai. Listen to us now, right now. Send evils and curses and punishment.
Evil, curses, and punishment.
And destruction.
And destruction.
To the heathen that speak against us. Thy prophets, the teachers, the princes, the priests, the Israelite brothers.
Love Mifro is asking, Holy Scrolls. Well, I don't see any writing, but you can ask them if you can be open, and if you can be open, what is written there. Ask them.
And the school and the system send evils and curses and punishment and destruction to the heathen, and shake loose the treasures of the rich of Israel that refuse to support thy will and thy covenant and thy school and thy king. Force their riches to enter into thy sanctuary. Send evils and curses and punishment and destruction to the Edomites and the nations and their drug dealers and their courts.
Really, you could have made it short and say, Almighty God, curse everybody but the Hebrews. You would have been shorter, but it's more entertaining, to go through that list. You know what I'm saying?
System and their prison system. Destroy Planned Parenthood and all the agencies of our enemy. Amalek and his synagogue with all his armies, with his weapons. The Roman Catholic Church that destroy our babies. And the Pope, which passed judgment against our brothers.
In that long list, did he ask for the destruction of child molesters? Oh, what I'm at it. The leader here of the ISUPK, kind of reminds me of someone, small and chubby. But who is it? Could it be related to somebody else that has a similar build? Could he look like somebody to you? Yeah, he didn't ask for the destruction of pedophiles and scammers, He didn't ask for the destruction of people who beat on their wives. He didn't ask the destruction of credit repair scammers. It may come back to me, but physically, it kind of reminds me of somebody, but I can't get my head around it. Like, who was it again? Could it be related to some other Hebrews-alite? But I find out some other time.
Islam, Christianity.
So I can't wait to see those black Muslims on that channel, which is the channel worldwide that had those Hebrews or like ISUPK the most for the last maybe 4 years, if not more. And they're gonna go over there on some channel where the people who pray for their destruction have all the honors and the respect in the world, man. I mean, Sanetta has to be a great punk when you have people who disrespect him, man. People who disrespect Africans, calling them stinking Africans, who celebrate the death of Africans. And yet he invites them, he has them on his panel. I mean, Sanetta has to be a damn punk, man. Have you heard how he was talking to Shaka Amos? He would never talk like that to Shaka Amos in his face. He didn't have the same energy for WAC 100. He's not talking like that to ISUPK members. You have to wonder why.
Egyptology, militia groups, Ku Klux Klan, Aryan Nation, skinheads, Posse Comitatus, the gang movement, the lesbian movement, spies, workers of witchcraft, the space program.
He said lesbian movement, but did he say, like, what about the males?
the Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines,
All the vets, all the people in the Army, in the Navy, man, they are praying for your destruction, man.
Wall Street, deal with them all. Open up the internet and the airwaves, the cable access channel and the radio channel.
We've been about space program.
Yeah. Deal with them all. Open up the internet and the airwaves, the cable access channel and the radio channel.
Dang, destruction on the cable channels.
Convict the spirit of any of our people that seek to stop us. Bring swift destruction to all the heathen that stand in thy way or that try to stop us from broadcasting your word throughout the planet. Let loose all the planes, cause them to go to and fro through the earth and consume them. Let the planes shake the house of the thief and the murderer. Let Yahushua and Michael and Gabriel come down with the flying saucers and punish all.
The NOI, the Nation of Islam, teaches that there's gonna be a mother plane which has some baby planes inside of them with some bombs. It's gonna be drilling like so many kilometers down the earth. It's gonna destroy America. And he talked about the flying saucers. I mean, that's probably in the Bible. Feel free to share it with us. Some passage, maybe apocalypse, but some flying saucers, man. I can't tell with all the yelling.
The heathens that have enslaved our people, that come up against us as we speak thy word, cause it to be known by all that it is thee, that is thy angels that have done it. Cause it to be spread through the media, throughout the whole world. Cause them to shake at thy coming. In the name of Yahushua, we thank thee, O Yahweh, for thy mercy, for thy kindness, for thy long suffering, for forgiving us, O Lord, and renewing our covenant. So be it. Sar, which means to turn.
No, just in case somebody says, I have no recollection of that. I mean, I did have the timestamp, but it's okay. I will find it. I have no recollection of that. I don't recall. Tell me what you're talking about for me to recall.
The 54th annual Passover, and I have with me Captain Tazar Yaakov ISUPK under Commanding General Honor.
All right, so just in case you say, recollection, I don't remember being there, you know what I'm saying? I say, I came in late, I didn't hear that prayer. Prayer for the destruction, So whoever's coming next to debate that dude, you know what I'm saying? You can just ask him about their collective prayer for the destruction of all the above, notably Islam and Christianity. Boy, let me open the panel. Let me open up the lines. Link to get on the panel. Praying for the destruction a whole group of people that share the same religion. Have the link to get on the panel. Don't be shy. The Lord is not going to destroy you. I'm letting you help. And that's something. And that's something. Did you hear that punk Sanetta telling a young brother to commit suicide? Killer B, what's up, brother? V Bennett is here as well. Killer B.
Oh man. Oh man. That general, that old Commanding General Pork Belly, something else, eh? That's his new name. General Pork Belly.
Egyptology. Dang. An academic field. He asked for the destruction of an academic field, man. And he talked about the space program, didn't he?
Coming down.
Flying saucers, yeah. Dang. And that's something, man.
Woo. Oh man.
Death to
it's too much, man.
Brother
My man up in there with spears. And,
yeah, oh yeah. If people go through the video, yeah, they pull out spears, they have that song, they pull out spears, I mean, you know, yeah, spears, swords, actually, swords. You know, that stuff, that the scroll that the guy's holding, is there any writing on it?
Probably not. And if there is, ain't none of them in there to read it.
All right, so it's just for decoration. Do you know if they have
there is a writing on it? I bet you not 99.9% of the people can't read it.
And
yep.
Do they have
that? A shame.
Do they have that destruction prayer every year, or is just an innovation this year?
I believe so. I believe so. That's usually what goes down in schools anyway. All the prayers are like that. Yep.
And you know, if they pray for the destruction of Islam and Christianity publicly, we can only imagine what they pray for privately. But you know, feel free to add on, V Bennett.
Right.
Yeah. Death to architecture.
When we were younger.
Death to architecture. What else? Algebra. Yeah.
Algebra.
Death to all tailors that don't make Superman suits. What else? You know? I mean, man, I don't know. Anything, man. What can I find, man? Did he say death to the internet or open up the internet? I thought he said open up the internet.
Yeah, he said open up the internet.
Right. What the what? Death to everything else, but open up the internet? What the?
Oh, because the net, you know, the internet. So they saying it's the net to trap all of this or something like that.
Hold on, please, 1 second. Hold on. The sister, she looks like a sister online. The face looks familiar. But the requirement is to show your face. Is it possible that you use a webcam, please? Oh, thank you. Feel free to speak, sister.
It's me, but I like to, you know, I would like to use my avatar if it's okay. You don't mind?
Well, now that you showed your face, yes, it's okay. Go ahead.
You see me.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to go back to my avatar. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, feel free to speak, sister.
All right. No, well, I was going to let him continue talking since he wants to talk, and I was going to be quiet until he's finished. I just came up here to speak with you because I've been watching and listening, and you know, it's about time we could have a channel where it's peaceful and respectful and not all the craziness, you know, and the arguing and calling people names and talking out of your side of your mouth. So I'm just listening right now until he's finished, and then when he's finished, then if we can dialogue a little bit, I would, because I heard you when you said, and I've been watching you, you know, I've seen you over there with Sinetta and everything, and I'm glad you have broken away from that. And but I heard what you said about, you know, people in the Nation of Islam. So I just wanted to clarify that, you know, but I can yield until he's finished.
Well, feel free, you know, he's gonna add on later on, you know. We're glad to have new callers, so feel free, sister.
Oh, okay then. All right then, brother. I just wanted to speak to the fact that you were saying that people in the NRI, they should feel ashamed of themselves for, hanging out with those type of people when all they want to do is denigrate, Islam and things like that. So, and I agree with you. And I just wanted to say you're right. And I found it very weird to see so-called Nation of Islam Muslims, on all these different channels and panels where they're being denigrated and Islam is being downgraded and stepped on and stomped on and really being called the devil, right? But I just wanted to clarify that is not brothers and sisters like myself who came up in the nation from its onset in 1930 in America. And we wouldn't dare be associating with people like that. I have tried to be on different channels and try to tell people the truth about the nation. Brother, I don't know where you're at, but you'll find it very odd that these people are going to try to tell you about something that you lived around and you grew up knowing all your life, like me. I go to try to be a good sister and try to clarify some of the things, the lies that have been placed out here about the Nation of Islam since Messenger Elijah Muhammad died in 1975. And I was born and raised up in the nation, my parents, all from the 40s and all that. So, we pretty much got a handle on what the nation was about because we lived it and we were in it until it was over in 1975. But of course, people know better than me what was going on in the nation, and I was the one in there. And it was a well, I don't even want to call it religion because Mr. Muhammad, he shared with us why he said that, but that's not really what it was. But I will use the word religion. It's a religion that was inclusive. No, it was exclusive. Everybody wasn't in it. And unless you went through the proper procedures, you did not know everything that was going on in the nation. And then even with some of the people that y'all call stars, like Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X and Farrakhan and who else? Wallace D. Muhammad and all these people. You're not getting everything that is factual that will fit into these stories and the propaganda that they have shared and that has been out here prevalently over the last 45 years that seem like everybody believe. But then you find a person like myself, and it's many of us, who don't deal with Farrakhan, don't deal with any of these other organizations or sets that claim to be of the Nation of Islam. We're out here living our lives, standing on our square, and we're not out here trying to be leaders and push anything. But now that I have met some people on the YouTube and they have allowed me a little airtime from time to time, and I've gotten involved, I'm trying to share what really went on. But no, everybody else can tell me when all of you guys have did nothing but read books and heard what other commentators have said. So I just came up to say, I do not adhere to anything the Hebrew Israelites say. I am not threatened by anything they're saying. And I realize that most of the people don't even know what they're talking about. They can't read the Bible to really understand what the Bible is really saying. So none of the Nation of Islam believers who stand with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad still today are listening or on Sinetta's channel or any of that, bruh. So I just wanted to make that clear. The fools who call themselves Muslims that are hanging out on these channels and looking stupid are not followers of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. They are with Farrakhan or one of these other groups that's out here that call themselves the Nation of Islam.
Oh,
Okay?
I see. So basically, because you said Nation of Islam until it ended in 1975, so you personally consider that after the death of Elijah Muhammad, then the Nation of Islam was over. Am I correct?
I don't only consider it, I know for surety that is what happened. Real Muslims in America who came from the days when Elijah Muhammad was alive and teaching and preaching himself, we know that the doors closed to the Nation of Islam on February the 26th, 1975.
I see. Are you familiar with Bernstein Sharif Muhammad?
Yeah, I'm kind of familiar with the name. Yeah.
Yeah, she was the secretary of Fard Muhammad. She was nicknamed the
Who?
Reformer.
Who was it? What's her name?
It's Bronstein Sharif Muhammad.
No,
And
I know Sister Bernstein. She would be considered a real elderly sister. But I said she was under who? Who did you say she was under?
she was the secretary of Fard Muhammad.
Okay, and you know what? It was a lot of them that ran with the messenger. I mean, ran with Master Fard Muhammad. I'm just going to say Allah, okay? That ran with Allah, that was taught by him prior to 1931. But after 1931, and he met Sister Clara Muhammad and Sister and Brother Elijah Muhammad, then all of that became null and void, brother.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you.
Are you familiar with
wait a minute, let me make it clear. Once he passed the scepter to the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, then whoever he was teaching, whoever was working with him became null and void, because the messenger became the messenger of Allah. And from that point on, it was up to him how he guided the people and how he instructed the people, brothers. So Sister Bernstein, she might have been a secretary for Master Fard Muhammad at a time, but after the Honorable Elijah Muhammad took over, she was not relevant.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but she married Elijah Muhammad's brother, you know.
And his brothers were not relevant. See, that's what I'm saying. You are doing the same thing. You're trying to tell me something, brother. I'm not no young girl. I'm over 60 years old. I know what I'm talking about. My father was a brother captain. He ran with the messenger's sons. He even was running with Malcolm.
Yes,
Y'all
but
think
you see, hold on, sister. I would like to try to get one in. You see, you said that Elijah Muhammad's brother was not relevant. You said that your father was a captain, right?
Mm-hmm.
But John Ali, if I'm not mistaken, Elijah Muhammad's brother was a supreme captain, so he was superior.
And who made him that? See, you telling me you talking. That's why I get annoyed, because y'all telling me stuff that you think I don't know. I know he called himself the supreme minister, but he was not appointed the supreme minister by Elijah Muhammad. And unless Elijah Muhammad gave you the word, you could not just do what you want to do in the nation.
Mm-hmm. Was your father appointed by Elijah Muhammad?
Absolutely. He was a brother captain, Temple number 5. Sure was.
All right. Are you familiar with that book by John Andrew Morris, Finding Fard Muhammad?
No, sir, I can't say I am.
No. You probably heard of Lance Shabazz, right?
I know Lance Shabazz very well.
You know him personally?
Personally.
Oh, that's great. You know, I would love to speak with him. So if you have a chance, you know, if you can tell him that I have his book, I bought it. And
okay, I sure
haven't
will.
finished it yet, but I really love these.
You know, that's my brother. That's my brother. And just to make it briefly, you know about how he went through some sort of entanglements with Brother Manure up there in Chicago and all this stuff. And then it was going around saying that he had lost his faith and he had turned on the nation. You remember that episode during that part of his time?
I remember the episode, but not with a particular brother. But of course, he had that series called, you know, I'm Moving On, you know.
Right.
Him saying that he does not believe, you know, that Fard Muhammad was Allah. For example, you know, the writing, the spelling errors, and different for different things, different reasons. You know, of course, they will say, well, he's no longer believing the teaching. He's no longer a believer, you know, because Elijah Muhammad.
Well, I'm not saying that. Excuse me, but I'm not saying that. See, you know, I might seem like I'm being disrespectful. I apologize, but I like to cut in.
Okay.
I do it because I've watched so much foolishness on all these channels, brother. Same channels you talking about. When I have seen these things, I have said, my goodness, what is going on? You know what I'm saying? So I'm not being rude, but I'm just trying to be corrective. I'm not saying I feel that way about Lance. I love my brother Lance. Whatever he's going through, that's his journey. This thing has taken a lot of people, you know, and thrown a loop at them because of the messenger's passing. When the messenger died, every family, every person that was in the Nation of Islam went through a traumatic time, because first of all, we did never expect for the messenger to leave us. And then secondly, to see all of the craziness, people trying to take over the throne, take over the chair, take over, the business, all that stuff. It was devastating to us, brother. Excuse me if I sound like, excuse me, give me a minute. Whew, y'all just don't understand. It was devastating to us. That was all I knew. I didn't know anything about Social Security or income tax or any of that, because in the nation, we had everything we needed to sustain our lives, and we had good lives, and we were happy people. And in my temple, in the city where I lived at, we were all like a family. My father being the brother captain, him and the brothers, they did things together. I remember when they first, and then we talking about in the 50s and 60s. I remember when they all put their monies together and bought the first vehicle. All of them, this was their first vehicle, but they used it to bring transportation for the nation and for the brothers and sisters in the neighborhood. So they used it as a taxi service. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just using that as an example to say that's how close we were as a people. We lived like if families lived in apartments, buildings, the whole apartment building was full of Muslims. If you owned a house, you didn't just live in a house by yourself. You had a brother and sister probably live on the first floor or the second floor and the basement. Because
can I ask you a question, sister?
Yes.
Now, you may have heard of Muhammad Ali's ex-wife. I think she was his second wife. She did some interview on the brother's channel. I forgot the brother's name, but he made a documentary called 9 Wives, if I'm not mistaken, or I forgot, I'm not sure exactly. But Khalila, I think her name is Khalila.
Khalila is crazy. I know her. I know.
Right.
Listen, I said I was in the nation, bruh. When
Yes.
your father, when your parents are officers, then you really, you in that circle, you in that inner circle. Okay. I know Khalila, and I always loved her, just like I loved Muhammad Ali, and up until the point that they turned their back on the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. See, it's two theologies out here.
But
the
hold
theology
on.
that
Sister, please. You see, the channel is called Barbershop Conversations. And she actually talked about meeting Far Muhammad. She said that she was introduced to Far Muhammad.
But
well, you can say that. You can say that.
No. This is historical records of the Nation of Islam. Master Farad Muhammad left in 1935. Not even the messenger seen him
1934.
1935, bruh. 1935.
Well,
see, y'all know more than we know. Was you in the nation? Was your father, mother, and sisters and brothers and aunts and uncles in the nation, my aunt?
No, I can quote from you.
Now you gonna tell me?
Listen,
we got a whole history.
The Blackstone, page 38, and he said until 1934. I can quote some other books as well.
Who said?
Come again?
I said, who are you saying said this?
Well, you have the. This one is the Messenger of the Rise of Father Elijah Muhammad, so I can quote many different books. But Elijah Muhammad said,
but sir, this is why I'm telling you. We had, can I tell you, do you live here? Are you in America?
Sister, it doesn't matter where I stay. But for the record, I live in Europe.
It does matter. It does matter to a degree.
Okay, let's do this, sister.
What I'm saying is,
let's do this. Please show me a quote from Elijah Muhammad that says 1935 for the departure of Muhammad.
I have information in my MGT notebook where Master Farad Muhammad wrote a letter to the MGT November 1935. He was still around us. He did not leave until 1935 in November, the end of the year. See, y'all don't know. No one has told y'all the truth. And you want to listen to people like me.
Can you show us, please?
The paper is in my notebook. I mean, I could put it up on the screen some kind of way, but I'll send it to you. No. I'll do better than that. You have an email address. I will print it and send it to you. Okay.
Okay. I'm going to give you my email address.
I have no problem with that.
Because somebody could say that you're lying, because Elijah Muhammad clearly said that Far Muhammad departed in
No,
1934.
he never said that. He never
Oh,
said that though.
here you have my email address. It's actually in
I
the
will send
description
it
of
to
this
you.
video. It's best to
I
copy
will
and
send it
paste
to
it
you.
to avoid
And then,
any
but
spelling error.
listen to this, bruh. Let's go on the lie that Kalila made. If she had seen the messenger, Master Muhammad, it would have been somewhere around the late 60s, early 70s. And Master Muhammad had clearly been gone then. Kalila is not that much older than me. So as a young woman in the Nation of Islam, you do not be around the top officials and stuff like that. Y'all don't know, and I'm sorry to say it for you, but y'all can read all the books you want. You can have all the hypocrites like Kalila and all the rest of these Negroes out here that were once in the nation and fell out with the nation because of their own internal and personal reasons, unlike me and my family. And so you can believe that if you want. But my thing is, how could she have met Master Muhammad when he was long gone? And Kalila is not that old.
Yeah, you know, sister, Elijah Muhammad said that Far Muhammad made himself known in 1930, and then he departed in 1934. So that's what he said. But Elijah Muhammad used several aliases. He's not going to tell everything. But you can say she's lying. I hear you. But what about the wives of Elijah Muhammad?
You show me the quote. You show me the quote where the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said that.
Well, I was looking for the quote.
We didn't. He didn't say he left the country in 1934. He said he left the public eye in 1934.
Okay. You can say that. So then, what she's saying, you cannot say is inaccurate. You know. But the thing is that
I can say it's inaccurate because she is not that old, and she would have not been privy.
But she was very young. She actually lived in Elijah Muhammad's house. But I would like to talk about something else because you don't believe what she says, and it's fine. But you see, Elijah,
she would never tell me that.
Well, she told it to the whole world.
I've talked to her many times. She ain't never told me. She never told anybody about her knowing Master Muhammad until it came in the public, and now she's a Sunni Muslim and doing all kind of crazy stuff out here. She's not even amplifying what she would have been as a Muslim sister in the nation if she was still in the nation.
I would like to ask you about the wives of Elijah Muhammad because
he never had any wives. He never had any wives.
Oh, so Clara was not his wife?
He only had one wife. I said wives. I didn't say he didn't have a wife. I said, see, I can speak English. So we don't have to argue.
Well.
We don't have to go to back. I don't know because you didn't hear me. I said wives. I said wives. I didn't say he had wife. I said he didn't have no wives. You said, what about his wives, right? Is that what you said?
Sister, we don't need to go back and forth about the word wives. Okay. But what I would like to ask you about, you stated yourself that Elijah Muhammad didn't have any wives. So when Farrakhan, yes, he had only one. That's what you're saying. Fine. So when Farrakhan showed those women in the video called 28 Years Later, what happened? Did Farrakhan lie to the whole world then?
He absolutely did.
All right. Okay. Now, that's what I said as well, that he lied to the whole world, because in the newspaper Muhammad Speaks 1964, September 11, we have Kareem Muhammad, who's a minister. He labeled those women prostitutes. He says, ask for those two prostitutes. So some women cannot be labeled prostitutes, and 28 years later, out of magic, they become wives. And even Elijah Muhammad himself wrote and said, Malcolm went to the press, and I'm paraphrasing, but he tried to say that I was the father of those two women. I think he may have named them, but I'm going off memory, so don't quote me. Yes.
He did. Lucille, Velma, Karana, my daughter. Karana, what was the name of them other women?
Evelyn, Lucille and Evelyn.
Right, Evelyn and Lucille.
Yes.
And then Farrakhan later parades 5 or 6 other more women up on his stage.
Yes.
And they all got different names. They don't even have the name Lucille and Velma. Yes. But my point is, Master Muhammad proved this back before Malcolm even died, that he had nothing but one wife and 8 children. And if it was true, do y'all not understand that as powerful as Elijah Muhammad was in America for the black man and woman, that if that was true, they would have berated the messenger all the way until he took his last breath. They would have never came off of it. And plus, if they had the proof that he had other wives and other children illegally in America, because they don't believe in polygamy, they would have arrested the messenger and put him in jail.
Well, not necessarily, because those people, they will have religious marriages. Muslims do.
Not
Even in
here,
Europe.
sir. Not
Oh
here.
yes, no, in America, people have religious marriages. They do.
Not here. Not in the black community. We don't know of none. I don't know of none. I didn't know of none back then, and I don't know of none today that's looked at as legal. That's
I'm
what
not
I'm
talking
talking
about whether it's legal or not. I'm just saying that some people worldwide
Well,
have.
we did things. Look, we did things legally in the nation, just like we stand on that today. There was none
Sister,
of that
a
kind of
religious
stuff
marriage
going
is
on.
not illegal. It's but I get it. But
Brother,
sister,
brother,
yes.
it's illegal in the nation of
What do you
Islam when the
claim?
messenger was
What
here.
do
Because
you?
you keep trying to tell me
All right,
something.
okay,
We did
sister,
not
you sound
practice
upset. I'm
polygamy.
going to leave it there. I don't want you to have a stroke. Feel free to
But
come
we are
back
not.
anytime. Ooh, I was just saying that a religious marriage is not illegal. You know what I'm saying? But sister, you are welcome anytime. Let's try to talk about anything we want. So, brothers, what would you like to talk about? Feel free.
Yeah, I just wanted to say
this.
I just wanted to say I'm
Go ahead,
glad
man.
the sister came on anyway. I'm glad she came on and shared her experience, And some of it I felt I could understand some of it, because inside of, first of all, everybody has their personal experience inside of that. That was a big organization at that time. And so you have the experience of the members, the kids, and then you also have the experience of the captains and the leaders and all of these things. And these are different experiences among themselves, So there are a lot of people that felt that had good lives inside of it. They had lives that a lot of people would consider loving and caring, So obviously she's one of them. So I'm glad she came on, and I hope she comes back, And I can understand it is difficult to have people discussing your experience, especially young people, like she was saying. I mean, there's multiple experiences inside of that experience. Everybody didn't have the same experience. So, on that note, I'm glad she came on, but
Yeah, and she's still in the like back chat, like we say. So she's hearing us. Young Harold, feel free, brother.
Guess who's going to jail tonight?
Yes, who's going to jail tonight?
yeah. Let's flip the topic now.
I don't know. She was a little bit too emotional and getting too hype for me, man. Because like at the end of the day, anybody could come here and say what they want, or say how they feel, or try to say somebody else lied, and you putting words in people's mouth. You can't speak for Farrakhan. If he said that, that's what he said. No, you telling Shaka he lied, and
But I agree with her. When he showed those ladies
me
and
too.
presented them as wives, he lied to the
but
whole world.
I'm just saying, bro. This Shaka, I mean, Farrakhan is in the same experience that she had, right? Because he's in the same Muslim family, right?
Well, what she was saying is that her father was appointed by Elijah Muhammad, so most likely her father was in the nation before Farrakhan, because we know that Farrakhan was a calypso singer, so he came into the nation, relatively late. He was not born into it. She was born into it, like many other people. Like Kalila, I presume was born into it because she was underage when she lived that Elijah Muhammad's wife. So even though she's not that old, but she was really young into it. Len Shabazz as well. He was born into it. His parents were into it. So those people have I think that's what she was trying to say.
Yeah,
I
well,
know
it's funny. It's still a contradiction, though, Shaka, if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, of course, we have two opposing views. Yes, feel free to repeat.
I'm familiar with this lady. I believe she might have. I'm not sure. I shared your video, Shaka, before I came on, and I guess from the title, I know she's a subscriber to me. I believe she's still a subscriber. She might have made her way over there through that post I made. She had on my channel a few times. I came to her. I don't know if I came to her defense or it was something that I said on the Nady's channel, and she came to support me because her and Sister Nady was going through some things or something. I don't remember like exactly what it was, but she came on my channel. I was very respectful to her at first and stuff, and I'm very fascinated, and I would love to hear more from her about her experience in the Nation of Islam. And I see how passionate it is, how she is about it, right? I understand that. But one thing she kind of didn't understand about me, that I also was in a cult. And I also was much passionate about those same things. And I would come to, after leaving it, it is not until you leave it all behind that you see the reality of what that goes on inside of a cult and how a cult works. We talked about how, you know, she was in a nation for Farrakhan took control of it and all that stuff. But it seems like when these things that have been proven to be true about the nation, she still has a problem with it. And there's people, I understand what you say, people are outside want to write books and speak on the nation, and they was never in the group or anything like that. But I know that all cults are basically programmed the same way. If you step back and look, it has the same structure. It's almost like someone hands this person a handbook and says, hey, this is how you start the cult. And you will find the same things. And like she said something really important. That was the trigger. She said it wasn't like a religion. He called it a religion, but it wasn't a religion. That's the same thing with the Hebrew Israelites. The Hebrew Israelites say that it's not a religion. And that Hebrew Israelites go as far as to showing you that, saying that the word religion comes from the Greek word religio, and then it'll break the word down and says it means to bring back, bind, and trap. So if you're part of religion, it's something that's going to bind you down and then trap you. So that was something that like my ears perked up when she said that, because it was very familiar to me. And also the part about her, about the car, how they got together and brought a car, right? Now, though I've seen that happen in the cult, where brothers, the cult doesn't take care of the people. The members take care of each other. And it's a tight, and it's very, in most cases, it's very sincere. So like if me, all four of us was in a cult, right? And the leadership, they're not doing nothing. We'll never say they're not doing anything or not doing the correct job or anything, right? But amongst ourselves, we would try our hardest to make best of the group. Like if brothers have to go to work, you know, they spend all their tithes money and stuff and their time and everything with the group, and in the process of that, it takes a hindrance on your personal life as far as taking care of the needs of your family, taking care of bills and stuff. So brothers will come together and pool their money together and say, buy a car. And with that car, sister such and such can get to work. Then after that, you'll have time to pick up brother so-and-so from work. And you'll be able to pool your money together and help. And this is another thing, cults will also usually put dietary law on you, how to eat. Usually those things are crafted so your money isn't spent on your personal things as much. Because now you have extra money. Oh, they say, oh, you have to have a vegan diet. You can't eat all foods, no navy beans or whatever. Things,
don't worry about that. I said,
those days a lot more money than other food sources. And what they do is use, man, Okay, can I just I would love to hear your response to it. And just like, for instance, Yahweh and Yahweh, what they would do was get the followers to sign up for food stamps. And then he would provide lodging for the members in a building. They would say, we're going to build this nation up. Look, we just brought this apartment building, right? The group, the organization brought the apartment building to house members. And then with that, they would get the members to pool their food stamps and hand it to the organization. Now, the organization is supposed to use that to help provide food and everything for the group. And they would say, oh, we have a strict vegan diet. And next you know, the members all they're eating is rice.
May I interject?
And and a lot of those things the members don't realize. Another good point she said is that you don't know what goes on in a nation unless you're in a school. Like she said, her parents are captains or officers that are in the group. Now, if you're good with an officer, you might get ear hustle or something like that and know some background things that are going on. Because like even the Hebrew Israelites on the internet, I tell people you will never learn nothing about the organizations from the internet. They got thousands of videos. Yes, you can watch 5,000 of their videos and never know what goes on in that organization. Those videos are for marketing purposes, and it's the cheese on the track. So once you get in and you get ranked, then they'll start dropping things for you. You know, brother, you're I use this for example. IUPK, they said we don't want tithes or nothing. We don't charge you to be in here. But once you become an officer, they make you obligated to pay a tithes or dues, and it's kept quiet. The members on the outside, they'll never know about it, right? So they would start presenting things how to treat your household. They will tie up your time. So all of your time is within the nation or within the organization. You're going to spend every second and minute of your spare time helping this organization. And what it would do, it would put a toll on your family. Like she said, she knows nothing of Social Security or any of these things like that. You know what I mean? Because it really help people if they knew how to take advantage of these programs that the government put out there. So yeah, I really respect this lady, but we had some bad couple screens she came on where I tried to explain some things. She was really hot-headed and didn't have patience enough to really dialogue with me and speak on the things. And I really meant no disrespect to her. The organization itself, that's the whole thing. I can get, whatever about cults. You know what I mean? All cults are the same thing to me. And y'all, I'm sure you all know how I feel, where they should go and what they should do with themselves and what should happen to them. Things like that. On mute, you can reply.
Yeah, feel free,
Yes,
sister.
ma'am. Thank you. I apologize. Look, young man. I apologize because that's what y'all want to think, that I'm being emotional. But like I said before, when I first came on your program, all I have ever seen on these YouTubes, I just came back on YouTube in 2021 after I took a hiatus from 2008. So, and I have a YouTube channel where I talk about Islam to sisters. It's basically for women, but brothers would come over there too. And I shut it down because of this kind of stuff right here, this arguing back and forth, misconstruing people's personalities and character because they get emotional and they're passionate. And I don't like it. So I apologize if you think that's what I was doing. But I think if you allow me to finish one sentence, then I can go to the next. But what I have observed on these panels between especially you brothers is that y'all don't even give a person the time to complete a whole thought before you jump in with another assertion of guilt or shame or disbelief. And that's all I was trying to get you, was let me finish, brother. So I apologize if it offended my brothers, because there's one thing I'm not, and that's emotional, like overly emotional, like most women, because I have been taught and trained by myself, one, but by taking martial arts, another, to learn how to be calm. And I am a lot of logic more than I am emotions. So I'm just trying to make a point, and you can believe, you all and anybody else can keep on believing whatever they want to about the real nation of Islam, but I'm here as a representative and a live person who lived this loving, beautiful life until it was over in 1975. And no, it was nothing like any other organization out here ran by Black people who have Black leaders. And it had none of those sneaky scamming type of connotations added to it, nor did we deal with anything like that all the years of my life, as long as the messenger was alive. Now, after he left, you see the results. But when the nation was the nation under the guidance of Elijah Muhammad and Allah, Master Muhammad, we were doing good things. We were building good things. The last thing we were trying to do, just as the messenger was getting ready to leave and die and be from amongst us again, we were getting ready to purchase a hospital up on Stony Island. That is why Mayor Daley, which was the mayor of Chicago at the time, declared March the 29th, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad Day. And we had a function, a big dinner and all that. And it was to bring monies in so we could start collecting monies to open up that hospital. I think it's called Jackson Hospital, that was once up on Stony Island. But the messenger died a year later. And so there you have it. Nothing happened. And now you see the results of all the infighting and craziness was going on amongst the people who was trying to vie for power and money and recognition. That was not the messenger. So it has nothing to do with me just living a life of Raleigh and excursion and delusion at all. It was real. We were doing big things in America for Black people. It didn't matter whether you was in or out, but if you was in, you were privileged, just like y'all little YouTube pages, and you got joined to get the privileged information, to get the perks. That was the same thing with the nation. If you wanted to really be in the in crowd and know what was going on, you had to get the X. You had to write the letter to get your X so you could be inside the house. But regardless, you was still a brother or a sister. And we did not make our people feel like they was not good enough because they was not registered on the books. It was for Black people by Black people. And so therefore, what I'm trying to share is, I thank you, brother, my aunt. You said Farrakhan was lying, and he was lying. None of those children and none of those women had anything to do with the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. And I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to let y'all have it. All of you Malcolm lovers, we love Malcolm X too, up until February 1964, excuse me. Because why? It had nothing to do with jealousy. It had nothing to do with his vernacular, what he wanted to do in life, how he wanted to guide Black people in America. Nobody had any problem with whatever you want to do. In the Nation of Islam, we were free people, free thinking people, critical thinking people. However, when it came to our rules and regulations that none of y'all really knew nothing about, all these people didn't claim to be of the nation and came out and talked about the messenger and all and lied. Have they ever told you about the protocol? Have they ever told you about the rules and regulations? Have they ever told you about the process? Have they ever told you about any of that? The punishments? Have they ever told you about any of the penalties you could get? No, they've made it seem like it was church where you can come and go and do as you please. And it was not like that. So Malcolm X, who y'all love so much and who we used to love too, the reason why things went awry with him is because he disrespected, I'm gonna say it real slow. He disrespected a direct order from the head of state, which was the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, that went to every temple member in the nation in 1963 when President John F. Kennedy got killed. The reason why the messenger told everybody have no comment. I don't care if you go to college, you go to school, you work in the government, you work at the hospital. If somebody come up and ask you, because you are a member of the Nation of Islam, how do you feel? You say no comment. When it came to everybody else, nobody else said nothing. Malcolm coming through the airport, they run up to him. He says, look like the roof, the chickens coming home to roost. That went around the world. And who did they point their finger at? Not Malcolm. They pointed their finger at Elijah Muhammad. Why? Because he was the head and always was and will always be the head of the Nation of Islam. And
Yes,
so,
sister.
may I finish? So the reason why he left, he didn't get kicked out. He got set down for 90 days because that is the punishment when you are stepping out of line and not following orders. You get C time, which is 90 days, which would have put him March the 1st, 1965, when he would have been able. No, I'm sorry, March the 1st, 1964, he would have been able to come back. No, instead of him coming back, he told the messenger about 4 days before Savior's Day, he was going and do his own thing. He was only gone, not even a good whole year before them people shot him down up there in New York. We had nothing to do with that. We didn't care what Malcolm did. We didn't want to know what Malcolm was doing.
It was members of the Nation of Islam that shot him.
No, it was not. That has been proven. That's not the truth.
I beg to differ. You know,
I think, wait a minute, ask Killer B. Since you believe what the brothers say, ask Killer B. It has been proven that those brothers were exonerated. They had nothing to do with the murder of Malcolm X.
One of two was exonerated, but not all of them. But you know, we can get into details about that. You know, Zach Kondo.
Well, you know what? You right here. I mean, I don't know who you are. You sound Jamaican or something like that. Really, you know, it's another thing. That's another misunderstanding. In the Nation of Islam,
I would like to get a chance to speak. I would like to get a chance to speak if you don't mind.
But you know, that's what we've been doing too much, is just speaking, and nobody's telling the truth. And you can't tell me about something I was born and raised in, and I'm gonna tell you like I told you.
But sister, I understand you were born and raised into it, but we have writings. You understand what I'm saying? So, for example,
but they're false writings, my aunt. We did our own historical valuations. We wrote our own books.
Yeah, but that's the problem, sister. You see, historically, when there are some movements, some historical figures, if you take the words only of the organizations themselves, then it might not be historically accurate. It's not to the point where everything Malcolm X says is a lie. Some people will say that he waited for the time period of the suspension, you know, but we can get into details about that. But the thing is that
he didn't though.
Well, I hear you.
But did he ever tell y'all anything about it?
Okay, sister, are you aware that Elijah Muhammad has taught that Joseph spoke to a donkey and instructed the donkey to carry Mary and Jesus to Egypt?
What?
Okay, let me just show you. Now. Okay. Maybe.
What? What writing? Wow. This is really something, I tell you.
Coming up with some propaganda.
And who wrote this, brother? That's what I'm asking you.
It's Elijah Muhammad, but I will show you.
On what book? What book is this?
What book?
I will tell you.
Waiting.
We know he only published 5 books, so I don't know, you know.
Well, he published 5 books, but there were several writings, several interviews that he did, and we have MEMS publication. You see, Message to the Black Man of America, Message to the Black Man in America. It is published by MEMS, right? Messenger Elijah Muhammad Publication Society. So they are the one who have published other books from some of his
show me the statement where the message, whatever you was talking about. What were you talking about? I don't know. Messenger never talked very much about Jesus.
Not a donkey, not a donkey, my bad, a camel. So here, this is the book entitled The History of Jesus' Birth,
death and what it means, page 14. Joseph rented one of those fast, is it sharing? Yes. So here, Joseph rented one of those fast camels, put Mary and her baby on it, and said to the camel, "Take this woman to Cairo, Egypt. Hurry, hurry." The camel went directly to Cairo with Mary and her child Jesus.
Watch this, y'all. But you understand that MEMS is not an authority on what Messenger Muhammad said or did, because the brother who started MEMS was not even in the Nation of Islam when Messenger Muhammad was even alive. So you cannot go extensively back. I have a book big as a Bible with all of the MGT and the Nation of Islam writings that we had, even some of that my father had. So please, you know, this is
sister, please let me
I wouldn't try to tell you nothing about my eyes.
Please, let me just respond to that. Hold on. Sister, you said that the brother who started MEMS was not even alive?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, come again then. You said that.
I said he was not in the nation when Messenger Muhammad was alive.
Okay, now when the book Message to the Black Men of America was released, Elijah Muhammad was alive.
Back in 1965.
Yes. So was he alive?
Yes.
Of course.
Okay, so was
I did not say that. Why are we questioning that?
Hold on. No, we're getting to the bottom of it. So wasn't it published by MEMS publication?
No, it was not.
So it was published by who?
It was published by Nation of Islam.
Okay.
Edition number 1.
Okay, so you're just telling us that MEMS publication is not to be taken seriously, in other words, then.
I don't see how you could take it totally serious when this is this own brother's way of interpreting what he believed Messenger Muhammad was saying. So you could think what you want.
But you're just picking and choosing.
Who? No, I'm not picking and choosing anything. MEMS is a publication by a brother that I know, and he was not in the nation when Messenger Muhammad was here. So all he has done was take the Messenger's book and try to simplify them for people like you to try to understand what the Messenger was teaching.
No, he did not simplify anything. He just quoted what Elijah Muhammad said.
Oh, no. I know Nasir. I know Nasir. No, that's not true.
So I have a question for you. When you say that he was not in a nation, do you mean that he left the nation at the time?
No, I mean he did not get his ex, and he was not up under the Elijah Muhammad, because Elijah Muhammad had died.
No, he had not. Okay. Now, you said he had not gotten his ex. You can still be a member of Nation of Islam even if you don't have your ex.
You have to have your register. You have to have an ex to be a registered Muslim.
Okay, so basically you're telling us that when he started MEMS publication, he was not a member of the Nation of Islam. That's what you're saying.
He was not. As far as I know, he was in the service somewhere.
Okay, so I presume he's dead now, is he?
No, Brother Nasir is not dead. I talked to him a couple of years ago.
Can you please get him to come on this show and just state that for the record? Because I'm sure he would disagree.
I will definitely call him and tell him that you would like for him to come on.
Yeah, I would love for him to come on. I purchased several of the books from MEMS publication, and I'm sure he would disagree with your statement. But you know,
I can sell them. People can buy them from me, because I have the software. So, you know, you don't know who you're talking to. I knew Khalid Muhammad personally. I know Shahrazad Ali personally. I knew Farrakhan and his family, and I still know them personally. So you just been getting hearsay.
Did you tell Farrakhan that he lied to the world?
You know what? That's why I don't fool with him no more, because I let him know he lying to the world.
Okay. Now, you see, the title of this live stream is Prayer for the Destruction of Islam and Christianity.
I see that, and that's why I came up here. I think that's shameful.
Well, that's shameful, but Elijah Muhammad also said that Christianity is what they want to destroy.
No, he said it was the icebox religion.
I mean the church. Sorry, the church.
Oh my God. You don't have to apologize. It's okay.
Yeah.
You know why?
Because I wanted to correct myself, because I said Christianity.
You are a foreigner. I thank you, but you're a foreigner. And my people over here are just as clueless about the nation as you are, and you live somewhere else. And if you don't, you know, so I'm used to it. It's no problem. You ain't got to apologize.
Please let me say this. The Theology of Time, regardless of who published it, it was some speech from Elijah Muhammad, so we can hear the audio, right?
And what do you say?
On page 2011 of the Theology of Time, we have Elijah Muhammad who said, I cannot give you reverence too much sympathy because the church is what we want to destroy. So is that correct or not? Is that what he said?
I agree. And I'm sure, but I'm trying to share with you. He said the church was an icebox because our people would come in the door, the front door, and come back out that same door and still not be then elevated in their thinking at all. So he said the church needs to die, but he did not say Christianity. He said if the brothers and sisters was really following Christianity, then they would be crystallized into God, and therefore we would all be on the same page. But since they won't, then we are adverse with one another. See, we had Friday night meetings, Wednesday night meetings, we had MGT meetings, FOI meetings, and where we talk shop, bruh, and our messengers taught us besides what y'all heard him doing publicly.
But you know, he said that Christianity is the religion of Satan, right?
Exactly.
All right. So that's very similar to what the Hebrew Israelite was saying. Now you have your explanation as to why he said that the church is what they want to destroy, but he still said it. And I'm sure the Hebrew Israelite have some reason for saying that they pray for the destruction of Islam and Christianity. He also said that Christian religion is a false religion, you know. So
Yes.
I mean, there's so many things like that. I mean, he even said that the Quran was tampered with. I'm sure you're aware of that.
Exactly. And he told us that only 2/3 of it was for us to even be concerned about. You're right. He told us the Bible, we had to be careful about what's being taught in the Bible. And so therefore, since he was the messenger of Allah, God had blessed him with the true interpretation. And that's what he taught us. So that's why I know the Bible so well. I know the Bible from Genesis to Revelation, but I know it because I was able to be blessed to understand exactly what those words mean. And I can spell out something for you. I know I heard somebody on your channel say most of these people don't even know how to read. I think it was Killer B. He said most of them don't know how to read and understand what's being shared. And I agree with him 100%. And just like him, if he had treated me the way he treats you on your channel, if he had treated me like he's talking and treating you on your channel, then me and him wouldn't have never had no problem. But see, that's why I got irate with you, because I'm so used to people jumping on me. Every time I open my mouth, I don't care what panel I'm on, everybody wants to jump on me because of their misunderstanding, their misguiding, their misguidance of the Nation of Islam. And
Well,
so,
I would just like to tell you that, you know, you need to see also how you're coming at people, because you're telling me that I'm an outsider. You say that you suspect that I'm Jamaican. I mean, whether I'm Jamaican or Russian or it doesn't matter. I
was
understand
not talking to you. I was talking to the other person. I didn't mean I was not trying to talk to you.
Well, he does have a Caribbean accent, but you know, regardless, you know,
I
I
wasn't
understand.
talking to you.
Yeah, I understand that you are not talking to me, but I'm saying that even if somebody was not a member of the Nation of Islam, if he reads the writing of Elijah Muhammad, then he can quote them, and that's merely what I am doing. Now, for example, Elijah Muhammad did state, and we have the audio, that Prophet Muhammad was a white man. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I do.
So basically, you are
What
following
has that
the
got to do
religion.
with anything? But
Well,
what has that? I don't
what it has to
understand
do
the
is that
basis of your questioning, though.
the basis of my question is that you are following a white man's religion.
No, I'm not. Prophet Muhammad was a white man, not Allah. Allah is not white.
Well, is Allah for Muhammad?
And Allah is the God over white, black, purple, green, blue, pink.
Yes,
it don't matter.
Yes, but the religion, you know, the Quran was revealed to Prophet Muhammad. You see.
And you see how you talking to me? You see how you talking to me? You talking to me very condescending, but you don't hear yourself. But then when I answer back to you condescendingly, then I'm wrong. So to kill it, why don't you just ask the question without trying to lead one?
I'm not trying to lead anything, sister.
You are leading, brother. You're very misleading.
Okay, you can say that. I don't take
and
issues
so I
with
can say that you can say that I'm being emotional, but I'm not arguing the fact that you and I can say you're wrong.
I didn't say that, and I didn't say that earlier. It wasn't me. You said that, sister.
But you knocked me off the page because I got kind of loud, and I understand that. But I wasn't trying to.
You were screaming. You were shouting. That's
I
why
did.
I
said you knocked me off your channel.
Yeah, because you were shouting. Because you were shouting and screaming.
Because you wasn't listening to me. Just because you wasn't listening, and I had to talk over you.
If you give me,
but I apologize.
This real quick.
Okay. But
I apologize. I couldn't hear her. I had a very important call I had to take. But when I come back and what y'all talking about now, this is the same issue that I had on my platform with her. And from what she's saying, like the condescending talk, I don't think that it's condescending, but what we're trying to do, we're trying to be respectful and trying to avoid the loud conflict. And you might be taking it as condescending because we're trying to be very careful with how we deal with you from the way that you're speaking. You know what I mean?
I mean, can I ask a question? How am I supposed to be talking?
It takes a lot away from people that are listening. When you have people talking over each other, it's hard. The audio is hard, and it's hard for people to enjoy the show or to actually get the full understanding. You know what I mean? So that's what Brother Shaka is good. You know how I am on my channel. I turn up. You know what I'm saying? Like when you get to a certain point, I lose it. I'm somewhere else with it. I know Shaka witnessed that the other night. But yeah, y'all continue talking. I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, sister. I want you to say that.
I was in culture shock, my ever since I was asked to come on some panels and everything, and I thought it was just going to be this cordial conversation, and people ask the question that you can finish one, then come back and ask you another one, or you can ask the question. It's like a culture shock to me because it's been everything but that. On every channel I've been invited on or went on willingly and willfully on my own, it has been nothing but a shit show. So I don't know how to act on these things. I would love just to be able to dialogue, whether you believe it or not. I'm just telling you, now, your problem with me saying you people is because I want y'all to understand something. The Nation of Islam was for Black people. I want y'all to hear me good, and you can have a feel. I don't care how y'all feel about it. The Nation of Islam in the wilderness of North America was for Black people who was enslaved in America. It was for us. Any other of our people that may say that, and he don't see how he did rule. He don't see it. I don't get it. Can I finish?
I just said I understand, sister. It's just to show you that I'm listening to you.
I didn't hear you. I couldn't even hear you. I don't know what you're saying, but so that's fine. But what I'm saying, as far as our brothers and sisters in other countries, in other islands, they had their own membership, but they had their own temples. So like in New York, where we had a lot of mixture of different kind of Black people in America, you had Temple number 7. Temple number 7 in Harlem was for the Black Americans. Temple number EFGHIGK, those were for our brothers and sisters from Puerto Rico, from Jamaica, from Barbados, or wherever they come from, speaking the same language. We did not have meetings with all kind of different other kind of speaking Black people in our temples. That was not allowed. Messenger Muhammad came to the North Americans, then everybody else.
Yes. Now,
that's where the confusion that came from too, because now Messenger Muhammad taught us, you don't let no Africans, you don't let no Asians, you don't let no brothers and sisters from the islands come to America and tell you nothing about who you are, what you're supposed to be doing, what time it is, and what must be done. He said, don't do it. And that's why y'all were not allowed in our temple meetings.
Now,
only during Savior's Day.
But please give me a chance.
Only during Savior's Day.
Yes, but please give me a chance so we can kind of have equal time. So you agreed with the statement of Elijah Muhammad that Prophet Muhammad was a white man. So indeed, Islam is a white man's religion. Then you interjected.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Islam is universal. Islam was universal.
Okay.
Everybody practice Islam because all Islam means is peace. And until
it doesn't mean peace, sister. It means submission.
Oh my God, I'm done. Okay, go ahead, brother. It's your show.
No, but we can talk. But you said it means peace. Islam means submission. It doesn't mean peace. Now,
when you submit to God, you are at peace, and everything around you is at peace.
You can say that, but the meaning, the etymology, the root
has
to do with submission.
You need to look it up again. It means
salam means peace, yes, but not Islam.
Islam means total submission to the will of Allah.
You just said it, so it doesn't mean peace. Well, okay,
it means peace.
I hear you, but
And so it was pervasively the way all mankind lived upon the planet before the devastation and evil came on the planet. So what was told to Muhammad, this is by the messenger teaching us, Messenger Muhammad taught us, and this is what we stand on, is that Allah commissioned Muhammad to get an army to go around and to get his people back in line with truth and righteousness and living a moral life. And so therefore he commissioned Muhammad, a white man, to go to his own people. He is not the beginning of Islam. He did not create Islam. He did not build the 5 pillars of Islam. He was just a messenger of God, just like the black one in America, Elijah Muhammad, was to us.
Okay,
Every person has a term.
Okay, I get it, sister. Now, earlier you said that you like to call Muhammad Allah, right? So in the Quran, chapter 112, come again?
I say I do say Allah.
Yes, okay, yes, and Elijah Muhammad thought that Muhammad is Allah, Allah in the person of Muhammad, WD Muhammad. So in the Quran, chapter 112, it says that God begets not, nor is he begotten. But Elijah Muhammad has taught us that Muhammad's father is called Alfonso, and that his mother is called Baby G. Do you agree with that statement?
And you said now in the Quran, it says what?
In the Quran, it says that Allah begets not, nor is he begotten.
Okay. And what is that talking about? Like having children?
Well, to beget means having children.
God can't have no children. I agree with that. The God, the male God, can't have no children. That's true.
Okay, and nor is he begotten. So he was not. He wasn't
born.
born.
And the first God was not born of a woman. That's true.
Okay, so Muhammad had a father and a mother. So according to the Quran, Muhammad cannot be God. He cannot be Allah.
Well, that like I said, we don't deal with we only deal with 2/3 of the Quran. We don't go with that contradicts what Master Muhammad shared with us when he seeked to save the civilization of humanity on this planet when he came to the world. So I can't speak on that. All I'm gonna say is that's not what we stand on.
I understand. Now, Elijah Muhammad did teach that there was some scientists who are also gods. Is that correct? Do you agree with that?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So the Nation of Islam is polytheist then?
It's what?
Polytheist.
You mean polytheistic?
My bad, polytheistic.
No, it's not polytheistic because all the gods are black and that's all that matters. You a god, I'm a god, he a god, she a god. We still the same people. We still the same bloodline, so it's still one God.
But if you have more than one God, then you are polytheistic.
It's not polytheistic. No, it isn't. Gods have to be different to be polytheistic. Polytheistic means you believe this is a God, that's a God, this is a God, that's a God. No, I said the black man and woman is God. So we are still the same people. We are the same species. We're not different.
Okay, and just one last thing, and then I'm going to let the brother Young Hair will speak.
Yes,
now, Elijah Muhammad did teach that the God who created the earth is no longer there, that he died. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, I don't think he made statements like died, but he said they are no longer here.
Yeah,
they have passed on or whatever, right? Because we don't like to use the word dead or died, right?
I understand.
Right.
So they rule for like 25,000 years. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, I'm not saying that no one God ruled for 20. It's like it would probably be like looking like empire, you know, like the first God.
Let me just show you the quote. Let me just show you the quote, sister. No, because just to give clarity, because you hear the theology of time, page 55, but obviously we have the audio because it was a speech. In the calendar of in the calendar of our rule, once every 25,000 years we change gods.
But it's the same God. It's still the black man. That's all I was trying to get to. But since you want to act like you're so direct and so real and so stickler. Okay, we'll go there.
That's called quoting. But thank you, sister. Young Hair will feel free.
But I just don't understand why you don't, you know, go the easy way, because, you know, like Killer B was
Sister, I
saying,
was just quoting
most of
Elijah
our
Muhammad.
people don't understand what's being shared, because a lot of them don't really understand how to read, write, and with comprehension. So why use all these big words and stuff? Let's just keep it real and keep it simple.
Sister, I did not
So
use any
I'm
big word. I
just
just
going to say they were still the same
I
God.
just quoted Elijah Muhammad.
It's
Now
still
you're
the
making
same God. It
interpretation.
might be just like another family.
That's not what
Because
Elijah
just
Muhammad said, but
like
it's
I
okay.
said, you wasn't.
Young Hero, feel
Oh
free,
my
brother.
God.
Feel free, brother. Young Hero.
Okay,
You
bro.
wanted to speak.
No
Yeah, Shaka, I really don't
wait
have
a minute, can I say this? Did I answer the question? You asked me, did I answer it right?
Well,
You asked
to
me
me,
what you
to
said
me,
it's
you did not.
polytheistic, and I was trying to make you understand that even if the God that died 25,000 years ago, he was still a black man. So it's no difference. That's all.
Well,
Okay.
here you see, but since you're saying that, the Theology of Time, page 70, he wrote, we also have 23 gods here who write history. I'm sorry, who write and justify history once every 25,000 years. You see? So he did not say there's one God.
But it's talking about the generations of wise men amongst us that are gods.
You can
it's
say
not
that,
talking
but
about
clearly.
Oh my God. It ain't clearly nothing. Because you know what? If you don't understand what Messer was talking, it's not clear to you, bruh. That's just clearly what you understand.
I understand what he said.
And
We
I'm
all
giving you
understand
the
English, and this
answers,
is
and you still want to book what I'm saying.
okay,
As though
thank
you
you,
know
sister.
better than me.
No, it's not a matter of knowing better. It's just a matter of reading what Elijah Muhammad said, and we understand English. He spoke in English.
Well, brother,
Now, sister,
that's a
okay,
publication.
sister,
So
you want to go
you're
there?
saying that when you read something out of the Post-Time newspaper, that it really breaks down exactly what it's talking about. That's what you're saying.
Okay, well, sister, I propose that we look at the Theology of Time, because
Yeah,
you said
okay.
you don't like to use the word died, right? Elijah Muhammad in the Theology of Time, page 235, he said, he wrote, and it is written, the creator of this heaven and earth in which we live, he died.
We got the whole thing right there.
We already know that.
Excuse me, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, okay. The Theology of Time, page 235, Elijah Muhammad stated that the creator of this heaven and earth in which we live, he died. So the God
Okay,
who
so
created,
am I disputing what the messenger said? I said we don't like to use the word die in the nation. So now what are you telling me? Because it's wrote right here, that mean we do? It does not change the fact we don't like using the word die. But yes, if the messenger said that, that's exactly what he meant. And I stand on that. I'm not disputing him.
Thank you, sister. I'm not disputing
I
him
just
either.
made a statement. We don't like to use the word die. God, you making a big deal out of that?
I'm not making a big deal. I'm just showing you what Elijah Muhammad said. Now,
look, it does not take away from the fact that he also said we don't like to use the word die. Okay.
You know, he also said that white people are gods, right? Do you know that he also said that white people are gods? Elijah Muhammad said that white people are gods.
He taught us that the white man in America, though he is the devil, he is a god too. Yes, he sure did. Okay. So what's that got to do with anything?
And you know,
I don't understand your questioning. I really don't. Are you trying to disprove something or prove something?
Well, some people, he was taught that white people are devil, but he also said that the white people are gods. But you know, he also said that they will never be.
The devil is a god. The devil is a god. You don't think the devil is a god? He's being worshipped. What are you? Killer B. Killer B. Killer B.
No, you don't need to call for Killer B. You're talking with me, sister. Now, did Elijah Muhammad say that the devil is a god?
He said he is a little G God. Yes, he did.
Yeah, but that's polytheism.
Okay, where does that come from?
The fact that the devil's being worshipped. The devil has control of this planet right now. The devil, and we talking about the white man devil. We ain't talking about no red person with no spear, no ears, and no tail.
I'm talking about.
So the white man is controlling everything. The white man has made himself the god of the planet.
Now, where in which book did Elijah Muhammad say that the devil is a god?
He said in law of his speeches, so I suggest that you go listen to some of them on YouTube right now.
I suggest you just tell me where it is.
Wait a minute. Listen to the one called "The Judgment of the World Is Now." Ain't that the name? The way it's titled, "The Judgment of the World Is Now." The 4 judgments of America. Listen to those, and you'll hear him talk about the white man and how he is a god too.
Okay, please quote.
He don't mean a God like us with the BG, with the big G. I tell you the difference in our language. If he said he was Allah, then you would have a problem. But he said he's a God. He didn't say he was Allah. He said he was a God. It's a difference.
Now, but you said that Elijah Muhammad stated that the devil is a God. Can you please read the quote from Elijah Muhammad?
I am stating to you that being Allah and being a God is two different things. We call Master Muhammad Allah God, or we call him God Allah, because that's his name. Anything could be a God. A pair of shoes could be a God. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about the fact that the devil, though he is an evil entity, he's still a God, and he is ruling the world right now.
Yes, but can you please read the quote from Elijah Muhammad where he said that the devil is a God?
Why should I do that? What's the point?
Because you claim that's what he said.
I know he said it. I've heard him say it in speeches and everything, but what has that got to do with anything?
Well, I'll just ask you if you can now. Maybe if you cannot.
And
now,
I'm saying for your mind, for your immature mind, it does not mean that he is the same as the black man being
I'm
God.
not asking you. I'm not asking you.
We are Allah. He's not
you're throwing
Allah.
a lot of ad hominems. You're saying that I'm immature because I don't agree with your statement that you cannot back up.
No, I'm not saying you're immature because you don't agree with me. I'm saying you're immature because you're asking questions like an elementary school child.
Okay, but that's another ad hominem, but I live with that. But the thing is that you said that Elijah Muhammad stated that the devil is a God. I'm only asking you to quote it. If you cannot quote it now, if you cannot read it now, please tell me. And then
I
we can do
told
that
you I would
later
send
on.
you all this information. It's noted. Would y'all put that down? He also wants to know which speech where the messenger said the white man was God.
No, I would like you to quote.
I
would like to read it. I would like to read that quote from Elijah Muhammad.
I don't want to read it right now because that means I got to go in my files. That means I got to pull it up.
I understand. So you can,
and I got a library.
I understand. We can do that later, sister. Now, Elijah Muhammad said that. Thank you. Elijah Muhammad said that a Negro will never be the president under the Stars and Stripes of America, but Barack Obama was the president.
And he is not one of us. See, and I just said this, and this is so, you know what? I came over here because I thought you was really intelligent. I thought you was really a brother on your square, whether you believe in whether you believe in Kemet or whatever. But you being really elementary right now, and I did not expect it.
Disrespecting the nigga, bro. Like, come
but
on.
You are disrespecting Elijah. You are disrespecting everything by asking these immature elementary questions.
Make my statement, Shaka.
So let me finish. I'm talking to my aunt, Mr. Jamaica. My aunt.
Jamaica. You see the ignorance?
It's okay.
You see why you don't waste your time?
She's of the panel.
You see what I'm talking about?
Yeah. But it's okay. Everybody heard. She said, I'm.
And they supposed to be somebody. They want somebody to believe they somebody.
They're supposed to be wise and civilized.
A grown woman.
Yeah, but
this is what I told you.
But it's
my last interaction with her.
I so long I'm waiting for her to speak because this woman is just all over the place, Shaka. I wasn't even being disrespectful or nothing, bro.
I know,
but I'm coming from.
Yeah, but I did say go ahead.
No, I'm a turn up.
No, well, you don't need to. You don't need to.
I don't mean like that, but I'm just saying.
Young hero, I did say, feel free, young hero, feel free.
Yeah, I can't even say 2 words, man.
Yeah, I know. It's
you trying to act like you come here to have a dialogue. You insulting people just because they don't, bruh.
She's not realizing.
She's
not realizing that she's insulting people.
She's not realizing what she's doing.
Yeah, she's not realizing
I'm saying you talking about Farrakhan lives. You talking about it haven't been the same since 1975. You know what year we in right now? So we learning from since we've been born. Some of us wasn't even born in 1975. I don't understand these people. These people trying to tell you cannot read something when it clearly says what it says. He's reading it off the thing. So Malcolm X is a liar. Farrakhan, the leader, is a liar, but you telling the truth, right? Or who's you?
And Elijah Muhammad's son also was not following the right path. But the thing is this, I want brothers and sisters to understand what's going on here. This is a clear contradiction of Elijah Muhammad. Or let's say it's an inaccurate statement. He did say that a Negro will never be the president under the Stars and Stripes of America. And you could hear the sister say, well, he's not one of us. She can say that, that's fine. But
Elijah Muhammad clearly stated a Negro. So if people want to make interpretation about what a Negro is, and more power to them. But for the record, Far Muhammad, because they said that the black man was God. They said that Far Muhammad was black because he was biracial. It was because he was mixed race. They teach that his father was black and that he was jet black at that, and his mother was a white woman. So in this case, a biracial man, a mixed race man, is considered black. But when it's Barack Obama, all of a sudden, he's no longer considered black. But yeah, feel free to add on, brothers and sisters.
Yeah, like I was saying, bro. This woman just came up here and contradict herself and everybody that from the same cult that she came from. So it's a whole like who says who is right and who is wrong. You know what I mean? So we just supposed to believe everything you say. And when people have questions, you get it. You saying people treating you bad, but look how you disrespecting people. Like you can't even control your emotions because it's not even about truth and logic with you. It's about belief. Nobody, if this guy helped black people in the time that he did that, okay, hooray to him. You know what I'm saying? There are many black men that help black people. People don't need to get it twisted. He was still just a man. You know what I'm saying? That's why he has so much faults, just like any other man. That's why he said things, and now people trying to come and tell you what it means. Just like in the Bible with these Hebrews, they trying to tell you you read something, but you didn't interpret it the right way. When we both reading the same thing, but because of his belief, he's seeing something a whole different way. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. People. So it's on record that this man had more than one wife, but now they even had a show that the women came and said that they were his wives, but now you telling us, oh, he only had one wife. Like, I don't even, the talking points, she was all over the place, so now it's had to like come back to for everything she said. You know what I'm saying? Because
I'm sorry, young Hero. Sorry, young Joe. I apologize, but just want to clarify that officially he only had one wife. The thing is that he had children by some of his secretaries who were not his wives, and to cover that fact, Farrakhan, lied to the whole world along with the Nation of Islam, showing those women and introducing them as wives. You know what I'm saying? So I presume Nation of Islam members who don't believe that lie will probably deny that Elijah Muhammad had children from his secretaries, because that would be what they consider adultery. Malcolm X said that at least one of the women was charged with adultery. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So the fact that their leader would have committed adultery is a bit problematic, So, but feel free to continue, brother.
And I was saying, Shaka, this woman, just because somebody don't agree with you or believe in what you believe, there's no need to insult people and call them names and tell them they out the country. That's the same mindset that these people have today. That's why we could never get along. You know what I mean?
And she's in the back chat, And let me just say this, young girl, to the sister. You said Mr. Jamaica. For the record, he's not from Jamaica.
Exactly.
That sounds a bit xenophobic. It's like to generalize somebody. But I don't take any offense at that, because people, use many worse things towards me and others. Yes, go ahead, brother. But she's in the back channel. She hears us now. Go ahead, Bennett.
But it's not just about her. It's a problem in our community when we try to reach at straws instead of like focus on what the center of the discussion is, And a lot of times when we don't like what somebody's saying or we don't like somebody's opinion, then we start going to other places like he's Jamaican, Mr. Jamaica. But it has nothing to do with that, because if a Jamaican is saying something correct, you would want to hear it. It could save your life. You see what I mean? And we contradict that every day. We go to schools that teach technology every single day of the week. What are we going to say if the person who's not teaching the class isn't from a particular set, that we're not going to listen to that person? No, we take on these careers every day, right? We live in a country and we pay taxes. All of us live in these. Come on, man. Look, what's the difference from paying taxes in the U.S. and paying taxes in France or paying taxes anywhere where we live? We're paying the taxes for that state. And at the same time, we're claiming that we're able to do something else. No, we're part of the bigger picture. We're part of maintaining the structure. We're part of the structure too. So it's obviously can't come down to simple things like where this guy is from Jamaica. It's got to be what he's saying.
Bennett, you don't even have to speak on that, bro. Like I was saying, bro, like I tell anybody want to come up here and say what they want, that's okay. But don't think that people gonna agree with you, believe with you because you say something. Just like 100 people that come up here, they do what the same thing. They came and they give their speech and they have their own narrative. You know, everybody have their own narrative. You could ask 5 different people that came from that same camp and they would probably tell you 5 different things. But you can't even be respectful and be logical and have a grown conversation like a grown woman. You emotional, you insulting, you call it names. Even and a lot of these doctrines that you speak of is ridiculous. Or about people from this country and that.
No, but look, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
In the camp, and I'm just showing bro the mindset of these people, and it go back way back, and even their leader was a white man.
Exactly.
Just like these Bible, it's no different. It's no different, bro.
It's no
That's
different.
Why they act the way they act.
But check this out. The person is going. I mean, what you said is 100% correct. Look, there's going to be a person that's preaching we're for the black man. But then how many contradictions lie inside of that? So it's the same thing as her calling you out as being Jamaican. It's like, you're black though. You're black. So why would that make a difference from a person who's claiming to be a part of something that was black? And then now what I don't agree with, when I don't agree with you now is you're not the right kind of black. But within their own structure, what was the kind of black they had from the beginning? So it's all kinds of contradictions. But so we have to stop fooling ourselves about this stuff because we live on the planet and we live on the planet because we're intersecting with a lot of other people to survive. Anybody on this planet that doesn't intersect with other people will cease to exist. It's called trade. It's called cooperation. It's called diplomacy. You see what I mean? Without those things, there's no group of people that can do it by themselves. You see, we're all affected by each other, and that's the problem with these kind of teachings. The cult, bro. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Yeah, because you were speaking on the cult thing, and I heard you before, Killer B, when you brought that up. It's part of the cult mentality.
I had asked her on my show. I said, now, the way you're speaking on here, would you be allowed to speak that way in the Nation of Islam? Would she be able to open her mouth the way she opened her mouth to us, to one of the brothers, one of the officers, one of the male members in the Nation of Islam? No.
Nope.
They would throw her out of there so fast.
Exactly.
She could never raise her voice or speak the way she does to us, to one of them brothers in the Nation of Islam. That would never happen. Never happen in a million years. You'll never see a woman, when you watch the Nation of Islam on the show, those women over there in the corner by themselves. Ain't nobody asking them no questions, nothing. And they ain't answering nothing. Unless one of their husbands asks her, telling her what to do. You know what I mean? So it shows, too, why she not in the Nation of Islam. And it's a problem, like she left because of the Farrakhan thing, but she has lived her life since 1975, I guess she left, when Elijah was no longer in there. So now, she is still, her mind is still there pre-1975. It's 2023. 2023.
Imagine
and
that.
Her mind is that many decades behind in time, and she refuses to change it. Or not just change is the wrong word, refuses to adopt with the times, what's going on, the research that's been putting out. This, like I did a video on pork, right? Where they say pork is poison, they got all these parasites and all these things in it. That Eat to Live book was written pre-1940. 1940, the United States made regulations on the way all meat was processed. So you wouldn't get those diseases that they claim, right? And a lot of the stuff that they claim about the pork is fake. And I did a thorough video. I showed my research and everything, where the same parasites or whatever that's in a pig is also in a goat, also in the cow, also in the chicken. The same things. And they're still in there, but the way the things are regulated, like they give it antibiotics. They're raised a certain way. You can only have so many pigs in an area, so much square foot area. Same thing with chickens and stuff like that. So the food is healthier to eat. Yeah, ancient Egypt, the Israelites, they didn't eat pork because these pigs was coming around eating trash.
Right.
You know what I mean? Just like you got chickens or something, or a squirrel, like people that eat squirrels. They not gonna eat those squirrels where I live at out here. They're gonna go in the woods, or like fish. I can't go I live right on Long Island Sound. I live a block away from Long Island Sound. I go right to the water. You can only eat with so much fish. They tell you only can eat 1 or 2 meals of fish a week without any complications. You eat more than that, then there's a chance you get mercury poison or anything like that. But if you go way out in the ocean, way out in the water, a certain distance away, the fish is cleaner. It doesn't have all those chemicals and stuff that has polluted the water. So these people are living like way back in time and stuff with what we have here today. I don't know. It's crazy. The coat is a hell of a drug, and it's hard to get. You know what I mean? And one of the biggest mistakes, people call themselves leaving the cult, but keep the doctrine. And that becomes very dangerous. And when you see, like this, I told you about the 17 people, it's about 17 people that have died in the last 5 years at the hands of Hebrew Israelites. The majority of them were rogue Israelites, people that have left groups, people that just sit on the internet and watch videos and come up with their own ideas in their head. Yeah. But some of them, they get the ideas from the actual organization and act out on them. And just like we saw in the prayer that General Yohana did, saying all call swift destruction on the Air Force, Navy, Marines. Now, you get people minds that not all together are really passionate about that. They might want to set things off. Tahar used to talk about that. Yo, brother, you ain't supposed to go out there and try to kill the white people and nothing like that. But you know, the Most High come back, we gonna do that. But it said, there's the time when the Most High coming, and it says, you never know, brother. The Most High put the spirit on the brother. Say, put the spirit on a brother to set this thing off. You know what I mean? So that could be any time. That could be a brother that's really upset or something. Their mind not right, and they might want to go out and do something. And thinking God has put the spirit on them.
Yeah.
Because when you angry, it feels like something has grabbed hold of you when you uncontrollable. You're not in your right mind. And that's how things happen. And that's why these things are very dangerous.
Yeah.
The Nation of Islam will kill you. They got people go out.
Let me say something. Oh, you going to
Hero, you can go. The sister is coming back, but I think for today we have enough of emotions. But go ahead, Young Hero. Yeah, go ahead.
On that, but like I was saying, yeah, just like she was saying, but Farrakhan came out his own mouth and said we dealt with him the way you're supposed to deal with a trader and yada yada yada. You know what I mean? So everybody could say what they want, and it's their opinion. They ain't coming and prove nothing. And another thing, a lot of people like to think they're different because somebody tell them about it. It's the same biblical narrative. No matter if it's the Bible, the Torah, the Quran, which came after the Bible. So none of these things that these people speaking of didn't just come into existence. It was stolen from different books before it. It's called information. You understand me? And make it worse, though, you know, the way alone the Quran was written is so ridiculous. I ain't even gonna go over that, but everybody should know how the so-called angel, you know what I mean, had a anyway, and he couldn't write or nothing, but he remember everything that the angel said, and then somebody wrote it and all kind of nonsense. But anyway, I just want people to know that this whole concept that people trying to put people on a pedestal, you know what I mean? Yeah, you have to understand people did certain things in history for their community and people appreciate it, you know, and that's anybody in their village, community, wherever they come from, have these kind of people that they go down in history and record for what they did for mankind. So if you want to say that whoever was a god, guess what? Every man that walk upright righteousness is considered a god. If you want speaking it in that concept, you know, because some people like to say God is the creator when he's not the creator. The whole concept of God came from man mind. You know what I mean? Like we could go into thing, but I'm not even going to go there, man. I just want people to know that you could come here and say what you want and say people, and but don't insult people and then try to tell them they reading it wrong, because you could say that another person come and tell you something else, another person come and tell you something else. You know, so everybody want to think they right and what they say alone is right, and this is the problem with the world. And then in 2023 you still want to be insulting people because of where they from, like, and then you want to come and speak so highly and probably of yourself and your cultivation, your cult, like y'all is the number one people. Like stop it, man. Who give you the right to do so? You know what I mean? Show some respect and you will get respect. You that age and you still acting so ignorant. Like there is nothing more to say about it. You know what I mean? Every to each his own. Like hooray, like who cares? You know what I mean? I might have a way better life than you ever left. So don't get it twisted, man. Don't be throwing enough words and throwing enough emotions, and just because you believe in some. Everybody believe in some. There's no need to disrespect each other just because we believe in some or we come from somewhere, because that's what the world is. It's a gumbo pot. Everybody is not gonna be on the same term. Just like you believe in your so-called Allah, the other guy over there believing is Yahashua, and the other one believing is Jesus, and the other one believing is Jesus, and the other one believing Buddha, and the other one believing. You see what I'm saying? So just because you believe in some, don't mean you're right, boo boo. Like you know what I mean? Like calm it down. You know what I mean? Love yourself first, and then everything will be all right. But when you're out there trying to defend this and defend that, I don't give a damn what nobody come and tell me. I ain't trying to defend nobody. I ain't trying to defend no man that go down in history for whatever he did. If people want to acknowledge him for that, hooray. Just like people going to acknowledge Obama for being the president, regardless of how you feel about him. Hooray to him, because millions of people is going to acknowledge him and he will be in history forever. Maybe even more than the so-called Allah you praise.
And hey, Ruth.
Real talk, you know what I mean? I'm just being, people have to be realistic, you know? Like get back to reality sometimes.
Yo, young, hey, Ruth, check this out, man.
Nah, I'm just saying, Bennett, because these people keep coming here and disrespecting and insulting.
Nah,
I don't have to be here for none of this nonsense, bro.
Yo, check this out. The most ignorant, you know, you got, if you go and you find the most ignorant white person, the most racist one, bigoted, ignorant, they feel special just because they're not black, just because they're white. You see what I mean? Just that one thing makes them feel special to be different, you know? And that's something we have to be careful to not confuse ourselves with when we get into this kind of elitist cult stuff. That's what they sell people. You are special. You are special. But then the reality is that no, you're not special, actually. You're not special. You're just on this earth like everybody else, going through struggles. You might have some differences, but you're not special. There's nothing new under the sun. A generation lived this before us and before them also. You see what I mean? And so when I heard what you're saying, like when people put emphasis on how good the cult is, how pure the cult is, how pristine the leader was, and these kind of things. It's like, yo, some of the most ignorant people feel that way. Anything that makes somebody feel different and special is kind of strange. It's kind of misleading. You know, it says more about how much we don't know about the world, how much we don't explore the world. You see what I mean? It's like a safe haven to sit back and not and just put your blinders on and not explore anything.
And you know, P was talking about the cults, and Nation of Islam got the attention the government when there was what is known as the voodoo cult murders, because Kirabi was stating that when people say, okay, you know, praying for the destruction of several entities or group of people, some people may take that into action. Actually, Kirabi is back now. And the sister is there, by the way. She's hearing us, you know what I'm saying? There is some literature of the Nation of Islam. I wish I could see it. They probably destroyed all of it because it caused so much trouble. But there was a guy, I think his surname is Harris. There was some mention of killing 4 devils or something like that. So the guy actually sacrificed somebody who was not white anyway, you know. And it was a horrific murder. I mean, he used, the guy laid on the altar. He invited people. People didn't know what they were going to see. Even the guy's children were there. And he took a knife and, you know, stabbed the dude. He even used some sort of hammer, but it was not exactly a hammer, and hit him with it. You know, people ran off, and his children, you know, begged him to stop. I mean, it's just horrific. And when Fah Muhammad was arrested, he stated in a nutshell that the guy misunderstood the lessons. You see what I'm saying? And that's where we have the picture, you know. And we can see more of the picture. I mean, I have the book right there. But Omar Shabazz has some very nice videos about Malcolm X and the Nation of Islam. And he states that in that book, Chameleon, by A.K. Arian, there's a picture that was never seen before. And it is one of these pictures there is. This one has been seen many times, but that's Fah Muhammad. Unfortunately, I'm going to try to make it so we can see, but there it is. That one there with my fingers pointing, that's Fah Muhammad. So if you want to believe that he's biracial, feel free. But there's another picture that a lot of people have never seen. Omar Shabazz asked for the authorization to use it in his DVD, but it is from that book. However, I just don't recall the page. See, there it is. Robert Harris, indeed. You know what? I'm gonna show just how it's gonna
to whatever his name is. He will mix or whatever. Look like them now white man.
Oh yeah. Fah Muhammad, you know, most all evidence shows that he was from India / Pakistan. You know, that's what Khalil Muhammad said, and Khalil Muhammad is Ali Muhammad's ex-wife. She said that Elijah Muhammad introduced her to Fah Muhammad. Hey, how you doing? Afimi?
Oh, Mr. Jamaica, you have for real.
Jamaica, man. You're not like us, Mr. Jamaica.
Welcome,
You're not like
family.
us, man.
I don't care nothing about what they're talking about.
We different, man.
I don't plan on being here long.
Don't be talking about us Black Americans, man. Don't be talking about us.
No. I don't plan on being here long, but you know, I just thought I'd give her what she wanted since she kept on asking for it. Mr. Jamaica. Hey, Shaka, you have the patience of a saint.
Yes.
You really
yes,
do.
he does.
Whew. You do. Because as far as I'm concerned, she was trolling you. My goodness. I'm not gonna get into it because everybody's pretty much all covered it. I just came to say that you I couldn't do what you do, man.
But you know what? There was a part of her. There was a part of her that I felt. I felt her belief. I felt her belief, and I felt her experience that she had was a powerful experience. That part I empathized with. I felt on a human level. I felt, and I would never deny her that. I would never. And actually, most people that have religions, I don't even. That's why I always say I don't really care what somebody's religion is. To be honest, I never question people about their faith. I never do, because I always assume their faith might help me. Their faith might compel them to help me one day.
It's the insults and the disrespect that is the problem. You can't be disrespecting people because you have your point of view or your opinion. You know what I mean? If somebody else, just like when certain Black Americans come to the islands or the Jamaica and whatever for vacation, if we treat them that way, how would they feel? You understand where I'm coming from? People can understand, bro. I don't want to miss me with all the nonsense, bro. When people think that way, they're not logically, they're not common sense, they don't have knowledge. They speak based off ignorance and belief. That's it.
Look at this.
Because like I told you, that's what's keeping us apart still today. That's why you have Tazariak talking about he wouldn't feed the African child and this nonsense because of these stupid doctrines. Period. Because if they didn't have these nonsense, they wouldn't be thinking like that. And the white man did his job because the same book he enslaved them with is the same book they're using to destroy each other till today. And they still don't get it. Even the Quran came after the Bible, which means it was influenced by the same doctrines. I don't have to try to convince nobody nothing. Because when I speak that everybody understand what I'm saying, and I'm being logical. I'm not here being emotional and screaming and disrespecting. I welcome everybody from anywhere on the earth, especially if they're Black. So people really need to get that out their head. Like your own people is the one stab you in the back. The same ones that was right in your backyard. Not no Jamaican, not no African. You understand me? So with you saying this ignorance thing, it just show a lot about that you haven't learned anything yet.
You know what? It also made me realize somebody asked a couple of people, Black Jesus and a couple other people, they asked Shaka, what's your religion? You know, what do you believe in? They've been getting at that point lately. And I also had this thought before, like, if you don't tell somebody what your belief is, and you don't have a master, or you don't have like a cult leader, you don't have to defend it. You see what I mean? It's not an extra cross for you to bear. It just simply is.
Absolutely.
You simply have that belief. You know what I mean? But when you have these religions, when you have the name on it, or when you have the leader and all this stuff, so much time goes into trying to defend them. You know, their purity. And it's like, I just realized that Shaka, his answer, you remember that? You remember that, Heru? He was like,
that's what they do. They all do that. They all do that. They say, well, what do you believe? So now they can go try to dig up something to try to shake you up or whatever. I tell people, I said my religion is personal.
Right.
It's personal. I keep it to myself.
You don't have to believe nothing when you research and you know.
Yep. Yeah, man.
If you do believe it, like he said, that's your personal business. You don't have to latch on anybody because they don't share the same views as you, or they're getting information for the last 3 decades, and here you come with another perspective. Okay, so we're supposed to take your word, and for the last 3-4 decades, everything that came out of that nation and what they said wasn't true. Okay, happy for you. You know what I mean? Like, let's move on. Like, there's nothing to discuss.
And if they're going to put it out there, it should that what the beliefs are or what the religion is, it should be that your actions should represent your religion. How you conduct yourself. Because you're supposed to be a light to other people. If your religion is so great, you should show in your actions to bring the people to your religion. You don't have to down what they doing. Just show what you do that convince people. Like I used to tell people, even when I was a Hebrew Israelite, I was like, I'm not sitting here and regurgitate all these scriptures. I said, I show it in my actions. And they never understood that. You know what I mean? I was like, yo, you got to show it in your actions. What you doing? But these people, they don't join these things to better themselves. They join these things to down other people or be superior to another class of people or another type of person or whatever. Just like how they say a lot of police officers were beat up in school, right? So they became a police officer so they can and get back at society for how they was treated in school, right? It's the same thing with a lot of people that join these cults. They want to hear something that tells them that they're supreme and they're gonna have some kind of get back for their little shortcomings in life and stuff.
This is cliche in France, some white dudes were beaten up and slapped up by some black and people of Berber descent or Arabs, it's a misnomer for North Africans. And then they go to the police and then they take revenge for those times when they got slapped up or their lunch taken and so. But I just want to show to the people, this is the book Chameleon. The author is A.K. Adrian. Hold on.
Yeah, he looked much lighter than Barack and Bob Marley, if you ask me.
But that one was painted over, I'm saying, or colorized, because the one that we know of, it's like black and white. So here, murder of judge plotted by priest of barbaric cult. So he plotted to murder a judge, but his name is, and I don't know, hold on. This thing here. Well, his name is, unfortunately, I don't think I can move this, can I? Oh, snap, I don't want that.
Let's read it, Shaka. We believe you.
Yeah, it's my habit. But yeah, his name is Robert Harris, and here it says, how do we do the focus on that thing, man? I don't even, how do Voodoo leader also planned to kill. So he committed that murder, you see, and that's where they had the interest of the authorities. So here, that is Far Muhammad here. These other two are detectives. That's Far Muhammad right here, you know what I'm saying? And he wrote, here's my authority. Wallace Fard, head of the Order of Islam, explains from his Bible to detectives the workings of his cult.
Okay, then.
Now, that's what they wrote. It was an offshoot of the Order of Islam, which led Robert Harris, Negro, to slay James Smith in a cult right police charge. Farad is held. So here they mentioned the Order of Islam, and it's interesting because there is what people claim about themselves and what was reported by others. And here we hear about Order of Islam, and that sounds very, very close to Freemasonry. When we talk about order. And there's another thing. Just one more picture, I think. Oh, never mind. But yeah, you get an idea. This is what happened because that guy read the literature of the NOI, and he thought that he had to murder somebody. You see, and I want you to say this here, KB. I don't understand you. First, after the lady was, shouting, not to say screaming, well, Shaka, why did you remove her? People are going to be passionate about their faith doctrine. Then later on, he wrote, as long as people are not disrespectful, they should be allowed to express themselves passionately as long as there is no disrespect. Then later on, he wrote, just stop with the emotional label, Heru. Just literally said, now he is about to turn up. He said he's about to turn up. He didn't turn up. I mean, what's wrong? You hear the sister saying that I'm asking immature questions, and she
when
said
she
so many
get
other things.
disrespectful,
You know
he
what I'm
didn't
saying?
say, he didn't tell her
Yeah,
stop being
that's
disrespectful.
strange. You know, KB,
And I
come
still
on now.
haven't disrespect the sister.
Yes. So you know, keep it real,
like,
KB. Come on
I'm
now.
like,
And then he wrote, is that not a demonstration of conflict emotion? Everybody has emotion, so using that label is just pointless. And then I think he adds another thing. Hold
that's
on.
another
Okay,
evil.
now say.
That's
So
another
then
evil.
I share the link and I say, no, he's the link to get on the panel. But come on, just keep it. You see, keep it real, man. You know what I'm saying? Like you didn't hear what happened. Come on, man.
There's a difference between passionate and belligerent. And
Yes.
she was belligerent. I have a cousin that's like when I was listening to her, like my cousin, he'll talk to you for like 40 minutes straight. 40 minutes. And the minute you try to say, you know, he'll be like, see, you don't ever let me finish. You don't ever.
Oh yeah, that's a common one right there, boy. Woo.
Yeah, but like I was saying, bro, like I was saying, you know, I mean, people need to stop getting it twisted. He was just another man who was reading from what? His Bible. All these people they try to put on some kind of pedestal that write a book, it just came from information before. Just like the Bible, it came from information before. You know what I'm saying? So people need to stop trying to act like these guys heard something from some angel and some like, stop it, man. Even the so-called Jesus gained his knowledge from Egypt. He didn't just, I mean, that's the story. I'm not even talking about what is real or not, but I'm just saying, putting things in perspective. You know, people like to try to give these people some kind of title when it's not so. It's information. Like when we gonna stop this nonsense? And all the information relates to each other, because people just take all information and decipher it and translate it the way they want to their perspective. Just like how people say when it happened even in ISUPK, when one man get tired of it, he leave and he go build his own camp. You know what I mean? It's the same thing with the Catholics and the Christians and the Saturday, I can't remember, Adventists and Jehovah, and you know, they
Adventist.
Yeah, they split up and they build their own camps. It's the same information. They just come up with their own concepts and run it the way they want to, just like a bank. You know, it have big banks, then it have smaller banks because people want to do things their way. So it's the same thing, you know. So people getting it twisted, like these people are some outer space and some knowledge. No, it's information they took and they wrote a book. Simple as that. And if you want to hold people high and mighty for whatever they might contribute to your existence, that's up to you. Just like I have enough respect for Selassie because of all the things he did and the stories I hear about him and how smart he was and how he defended Ethiopia, how wherever he went, white people used to bow to him. Even when black people was in so-called slavery, he could go anywhere on the earth and they would bow at his feet. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not making him a creator. He was still a man.
But apparently he persecuted the Omoro people.
Exactly.
I'm not sure if it's Omoro or Oromo.
Oromo.
But Oromo,
people,
you know,
yeah.
And a lot of people, you know, don't really know or don't really talk about that.
And they got a beef too. They got a beef with the Tigrinya. You know, they have their own king that they thought was going to take the throne.
Yeah, recently, there's been some persecution of those people, but the media don't talk about it.
That's what I'm saying. Everybody put whoever they want on a pedestal, but that doesn't mean that they are the almighty. They are the truth. You know what I mean? Another person will come crush their kingdom and then say they are the truth. That's how that's history been showing that. You know, in saying that. So it all over the world is the same thing. People hold who they want to high and mighty, but they got this delusion because of so-called religion to put them on a higher stool, like they some deity or some, you know, supernatural ancestor or whatever the case may be. But
and you know, V. Bennett, just like you told me before the discussion with Black Jesus Minister, that I respect because he had the integrity to write an apology to me. I would have preferred that I would have stated that publicly, but hey, can't be too greedy in this world. And you did tell me if there's no specific time frame, then it's not gonna go right. You know what I'm saying? And you did insist on that. And I acknowledge that you did tell me that. Now, when we spoke earlier, I did tell you that probably they're gonna try to distract us from talking about pedophiles and all that. And since Young Harry talked about ISUPK, I propose to play a clip that is less than 3 minutes long, just so that we don't forget. Not only did they pray for the destruction of Islam and Christianity, among many other entities, there's also this issue that they kind of sweep under the rug.
Are you accused of molesting your wife's niece, who is your niece through marriage?
I have no recollection of that. You would have to inform me of what you're talking about. I have no recollection of that.
Okay, I will be able to one day. So I have my third question. Captain Cesario, do you have a homie that's in prison right now for child molestation that you support financially?
Yes.
But I thought you were against child molestation and those that are molesters to children.
I am against child molestation and those that molest children.
So why are you supporting this person, but you speak ill against others that have a love for people that have been just accused of child molestation?
Okay, I'll answer your question very easily. When I was at both cases of both trials, the evidence that they had, they gave the brother a lie detector test, which he passed. They tested the sister for the young girl, rather, whether her hymen was broke because he was accused of molesting her. Her hymen was not broke. A hymen, for those that don't know, a hymen is something that they use to test to see if the woman's or the child's virginity has been broken or anything like that. There was information that she said that she gave, which she then retracted. So the first case that they did was thrown out. The second case, they did not want to answer to. The jury was hung on it, and the judge did not want to release them until they came up with an answer, and then they came up with a guilty verdict. So from observing the case, if he was guilty of the crime, I would in no way support the brother. But from the evidence of the case, from the testimonies of him as well as the individuals involved, he was not guilty, even though he was found guilty.
Wow, so he was not guilty, even though he was found guilty, but you speak ill against someone else that is not guilty, but they say he was guilty. So I have a question. This brother that you support, does he have children?
Yes.
And if so, do you ever say to those children, you have a father that's a child molester?
No, I don't.
Well, why do you do that to others that have a love for Dr. Malachi Z. York Ill and you want his children of him being a quote-unquote so-called child molester, and you speak for supporting him?
Damn. What I want to say is that when the sister had a dialogue with me, the minute she started saying, no, you're not from here, where you from? I'm like, oh, trigger. Is the same talking point that we've been hearing. Now, usually when you talk about, for example, to fast, when you talk about Deuteronomy, chapter 22, verse 28, they would like to say that the word does not mean to force or to grab or to rape. That's how it's translated in English, you know. One brother said that it means seduce. He said he would send me the book where it translates as seduce. He has my email address. I haven't heard from him since. But they like to tell you, you don't understand, that's not what it means. But what's interesting is that when we're dealing with some writing in English, the original language of the writing of Elijah Muhammad, people still try to tell you that you don't understand what is written in English, you know. So she did bring up that, you know, where are you from and stuff like that. And usually that's the talking points that they are making.
It is. No, that is a common. That's not just with this type of issue, man. Look, when I first came over to this country, I met a lot of African people, African descent people from the continent that migrated here, from other European countries that migrated here. And the moment we started getting organized, talking about anti-blackness here, right? The response from a lot, not all of white Danish people is that you're not from here. You don't understand our culture. That was their response, actually. And that's so ironic. When you talk to, and here's the flip side of it. Now, a brother that I know, yeah, I wouldn't really call him a brother, but hey, whatever. He's not he won't be treated like a Dane because of his background, right? His father's from Ghana, right? Now he got in some issues with some women, going to some meetings that apparently they said that they made some claims saying that he sexually harassed some of these women at some meetings, right? And it's 3 different women now. And he wrote, I told you this before, he wrote in a response letter after the one organization sent a letter complaining about this guy. We made a response, and then he changed the response letter to add this same type of thing in it. He added that it's a cultural misunderstanding, like that they don't understand Danish culture. The meeting was in Germany, so it was with some black women and black people from other countries that all came together in Germany to meet for some human rights initiatives against anti-blackness, right? So he, in his mind, he used that same theme, cultural misunderstanding. You don't understand our culture. And that, unfortunately, is a very big cop-out with people in general that don't want to confront themselves in their own behavior. It's just that simple, and you can hear it. This is a little test. Anthropology, social anthropology. People could use this channel. I mean, I'm quite sure it's come across Shaka's mind. I mean, if I was if I wanted to be evil, I would say, this almost strikes me like Shaka must be running some sort of cultural anthropology test with this channel, because you learn a lot about people's thoughts and ideas and how they respond to different ideas, right? Because you collect the data, you hear people's natural responses, they're volunteering their own views, right? And then you collect the data, and then you can build a bigger picture. You can write a thesis on this shit.
I don't think that data good. I don't think 85% of that data good so far.
yo, no, but it points out there is a common thread there. And here's the bigger thing. The common thread is not just with black people. I'm telling you, white people have this similar element that we're hearing.
Where you think they get it from? A lot of them got it from that same thinking. Like they don't even get it yet.
Shaka, pull up the Yonder Law, brother, please. Pull it up so people can read this.
And that book, book is the #1 reason that so-called doctrine. They don't even understand how it brainwashed them.
Which book is that?
The Bible, whatever doctrine you want to use, European mentality.
Man, you see, a lot of people don't realize that what we know as the Bible was not a book that those people had back in the day. They picked different writings and ultimately they made that compilation.
Exactly.
But can you please spell the name of the law, brother Bennett?
It's JANTLAW.
Okay.
Yeah. And this is the Scandinavian version. It has another name. It starts with a P. I think that's the English version, close to the English version, like British version. But then, but read these laws. Now, these laws, this is what the society fights with and has issues with. And read these laws. Tell me Shaka hasn't been going through this. Tell me that when we're discussing these issues, we don't hear this common theme coming up. You could read the description if you want, just for a record.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. And this is from Wikipedia. I've shared the link in the chat. So the law of I'm not sure if they pronounce it Yante, but
the Yante,
Okay, so the law of Yante is a code of conduct created in fiction by the Danish Norwegian author Asger Sandemose, and has been assumed by some to explain the egalitarian nature of Nordic countries.
The attitudes were first formulated in the form of the 10 rules in Sandy Moses' satirical novel, A Fugitive Crosses His Tracks. I ain't going to read that here, so I'm going to struggle. But the attitudes themselves are older. Sandy Moses portrays the fictional small Danish town of Yante, which he modeled upon his native town. I don't know how to pronounce that.
New Curving Moors. Yeah, New Curving Moors. Yeah.
Oh man, you know what it reminded me, brother V. Bennett? When I went to Copenhagen, when I took the train to go to the city center, the name of this train station and the way it was pronounced, man, it's not even pronounced nearly how it is written, but it's a different language.
Yeah.
It's
That's
something.
true. This is a real town, though. That's true.
Yeah. So in the 30s, where nobody was anonymous, a future of life, typical of small towns.
Right? Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Used generally.
In colloquial speech in the Nordic countries as a sociological term to denote a social attitude of disapproval towards expressions of individuality and personal success. Definition: there are 10 rules in the law as defined by Sandy Moses, are expressive of variations on a single theme and usually referred to as homogeneous unit. You are not to think you are anyone special or that you are better than us. The 10 rules state, the sister said regarding Obama, he's not one of us. You're not to think you are anything special. 2.
Shaka, Mr. Frenchie. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Let's
all
read
of
it.
them break that law.
Yeah.
No, they don't break that law. They're basically applying that law.
They applied that law, right? While breaking it, they got themselves. But here you go. It's true.
Yes.
That's the rules, but like I said, they break the law all the time.
This is some cult shit right here, boy. Let's go.
Number 2, you're not to think you are as good as we are. Who do you think you are, Frenchie?
Yep. Exactly.
Number 3, you're not to think you are smarter than we are. You remember what the sister said? She said, you're asking, what did you say? Like non-intelligent question. And then she mentioned one of those grade. Child.
Mm-hmm.
She mentioned the grade, like, 3rd grade or 4th grade, something like that. So in accordance to that, you're not to imagine yourself better than we are. You're not to think you know more than we do. Well, you don't know. You're not from here. I wasn't this. So you don't know, even if you read the literature of the founder and the leader. Number 6, you're not to think you are more important than we are. Number 7, you're not to think you are as good. You're not to think you are good at anything. Number 8, you're not to laugh at us. Oh, I'm glad, because I wanted to say that, but I forgot. I don't know if you heard it, but in the background when the sister was talking with us, there was few people laughing, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I guess she was feeling good when
even one time she said, watch this, y'all. Like they join it, they gaming up. Like people think, like you tell when people have an agenda, like we could care less. But they still have to prove their point.
But that's the thing, I mean, at one point I read something and I said, oh, I'm sorry, it wasn't that word and stuff like that. But some people, they have their crew, they want to shine in front of their crew, and by all means they don't want to look like they are. Yes.
Shaka. This man is writing a fictional story, but he's doing it to illustrate a point of the simple-minded, small-town, white Scandinavian person with blue-eyed, blonde hair. Read this. Yeah. Keep reading.
And then 9, you are not to think anyone cares about you. And 10, you're not to think you can teach us anything. What's the
11th rule? You can't teach us. What's the 11th rule? Read the 11th rule right here. Tell me this.
You don't think we know a few things about you?
That's the punishment rule. That's the punishment rule, dude.
That's a subtle threat. Like, we have dirt.
Yes. This is the part where they say, oh, well, we don't like what you said, and you're not joining the group, even though the group's not right. You're standing on your belief. You're not with the group. So you know what we're going to do? We're going to go out and try to find out something about you. That's what the white man that they say is the blue-eyed, blonde-haired devil does. But yet a lot of our brothers are more blue-eyed, blonde-haired devil minded.
Yeah. That was back then. That was back then. No,
and they living it today.
Yeah,
that was the 19.
They still on the same level as him now, because they done lost their mind. Like that whole concept of man have walk away from God. That's what you see right there. You know, they don't even have no connection with the creator no more. Everything is make believe and fairy tale. That's why they can't get along with their own people in reality. They believe in some fantasy world, and if you don't believe in the same thing, they can't be your brother. I mean, it's pathetic. And like she said, you they wouldn't even allow people from out of town or out of America to. So you know what I mean? And now you could see why it has so much stories about how they hated Marcus Garvey and they were jealous of him and they betrayed him
Exactly.
and all. You see what I'm saying? They was never
Exactly.
they are not for the people, bro. People are
Well,
selfish and they're all about their little groups, just like how the white man is. He's split up in many different groups. I don't care where you go, Russia, German, European, American. He is the same person. They just split up. You know what I mean? So it's the same thing with black people.
well, actually,
Representatives, yeah.
actually, I wouldn't say that the NOI hated Marcus Garvey because Marcus Garvey's movement ended before the NOI, what we know as the Nation of Islam, because they had some other name before. Before it was founded, actually, Carl Evans, if I'm not mistaken, in his book, The Messenger, The Rise and Fall of Elijah Muhammad, states that Elijah Muhammad played a part in the UNIA, and maybe that he was a secretary. And I think that Dr. Ben stated something similar. But actually, Elijah Muhammad spoke about Marcus Garvey. I think he said that, I think he said that he was a Muslim, but I'm going to look for the quote, so
Yeah.
I'm going to put
Well, I don't
Marcus.
know who he had clashes with, but I know he had clashes with a few of them.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
he
yeah,
had
he
he had
had some
clashes. Yeah,
clashes this
yeah.
whole
Oh yeah,
time.
Those
definitely.
were only in the
Yeah.
political
Definitely.
game, yeah.
Oh yeah. That's for sure. And here, this is the book entitled "Supremacism, Volume 2: What Every American So-Called Negro, I think the rest is should know." I have always had a very high opinion of both the late Noble Drew Ali and Marcus Garvey, and admired their courage in helping our people, the so-called Negroes, and appreciated their work. Both of these men were fine Muslims. So hey.
I mean, that's not shocking. They have their own way of claiming that everybody started out as Muslims anyway. So
Yeah, so it's
Right.
funny what she
Yeah.
just said. So he was in agreement with Marcus Garvey, right?
Yes, he was, but hey,
like I'm
we
I'm
have
gonna
the
I'm
right.
gonna I'm gonna start a religion. I'm gonna call it ignorance. And since everybody was ignorant to begin
You're
with,
a good one. You're a good one,
everybody,
man.
you know what I'm saying?
Going at starting from the original state,
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
that guy, L. Ron Hubbard, he was a science fiction writer. Came up with the the Dianetics or Church of Scientology doctrine, and he said that the FDA, the Food and Drug Administration, um, or whatever entity that regulates medicine and health, rejected his stuff. So then he presented it as some religion, and he came up with Dianetics. And the funny thing is that some people like to say they used to, when the Nation of Islam officially had an alliance with the Church of Scientology, and then people would say, no, it's not the Church of Scientology, it's Dianetics. But Dianetics is a program of the
Yeah.
Church of Scientology, and Dianetics, it was known first as Dianetics. The book was released before the term Church of Scientology was coined. That's what I heard, but that can be verified. So that was very funny. It's like, I don't know, like me, you know, becoming a wizard of the Ku Klux Klan, and I said, no, I don't deal with the Ku Klux Klan. I'm just a wizard. As a matter of fact,
Right.
it was the New Black Panther Party in France, and it was recently after, well, not just recently, but not long after, Dr. Wesley Muhammad has stated, throw keep it in the garbage can, throw them out in the trash can, throw them in rather than make him go away. I've played that clip several times. And the New Black Panther Party gave a trophy, an award to Dr. Wesley Muhammad, and I think it was called the Khalid Abdul Muhammad Award. And that's the time when
Malik Shubaz was still the leader of it. So when I spoke to those guys from the New Black Panther Party France, I told them about this, and the guy said, well, we are not the New Black Panther Party. We are the New Black Panther Party France. To me, it's like someone saying, no, this is not McDonald's. This is McDonald's France. But he said that this is on tape, and I have it on my YouTube. But it is in French. We're talking in French, you know. And as a matter of fact, as we were talking, I gotta show it to you, brothers and sisters.
But aren't they incorporated? Aren't they incorporated? Like, isn't that illegal? If they're incorporated, if they have a trademark in the U.S., wouldn't that be kind of like, that can't be, I'm assuming they would control the same trademark in France too. Right?
I mean, they have
like,
franchise,
or
but
they don't have
they
don't have a universal trademark. They don't have a global trademark. They have a U.S. trademark, the NOI. Yeah. Is that what that is? Or
oh well, man, the guy was just freestyling. He's trying to distance himself from what was said. Like you cannot say like if you have a church, and that church happens like Jehovah's Witness, for example. They are here in France and they are in America and many other countries. So it's like the guy said, okay, in America, one of the leader of the Jehovah's Witness said this, and then you're gonna say, oh, but we are Jehovah's Witness France. Actually, he said we are not New Black Panther Party. We are New Black Panther Party France. So it's like me saying, well, we are not Jehovah's Witnesses. We are Jehovah's Witnesses France. It just doesn't make any sense. But let me just show you this one. That was funny, man. Hold on. So of course it is in French, but you will hear some English words. So here, yeah, I show the picture of Muhammad. And who are Muslims, you know, and they don't play that. Like, you know, they were shocked. You know what I'm saying? So here's just freestyling. But you're gonna hear one dude say something. It's gonna be so funny because you're gonna understand what he said. I used to put that clip and then put a bomb, like an explosion, because it's so funny. Hold on. Show you.
Il a trouvé que c'est des choses à venir. En toute partie mais je vais te il manie les colonies les reliques, je pense, des choses ont été colonisées, ils ont eu des cœurs toujours clair à que je te dis.
I hope it won't be too long. I want you to hear it. Oh my goodness, hold on. That guy's gonna say something, man. I was.
T'as fait la vidéo. Aujourd'hui, j'ai toutes les vidéos parce que ouais, mais quand on parle pas, c'est pas là. Je te l'ai dit, on traite des cons dans l'aliénation et on croit faire pour spiritualiser.
That guy actually said Scientology comes from us, man. After we had our discourse, he was a representative of one Pan-African leader. After that discourse, he was no longer listed as a representative of the leader.
Mais ça, tu te vois, c'est un mensonge. Il y a l'autre là. Mais le reste, tu es d'accord. Vu son père, c'est moi. Là, on sait pas, c'est ce que vous de connaître. Tu vas y vérifier. Ça s'appelle carte ici. Quand tu vas voir la fraude, voilà, représente, Dieu aura sa connaissance. Nous, les hommes sur terre, blablabla, on veut prier. Et n'éloignez pas. C'est les nubles. Ouais, mais donner un prix, c'est loin du chacun. Mais écoute, pour nous, tu vois ce que je dis.
Sorry, it takes time, but I think he's going to come now.
Et aujourd'hui, tu vois ce que je veux dire là. Les gens, oui, en l'air, répondent plus à ton injonction. Donc, ça signifie musulman.
There it is. That's it. This is the brother. I'm going to put the volume up. Oh my goodness, man. Check this out.
Ça, c'est qui ça? Qu'est-ce que ça représente ça?
Ça représente Allah. Allah, en anglais, ça signifie arm, leg, arm, hair. Ça veut dire bras, pied, bras et tête. Comme tu as dit au début. Dieu, il a créé l'homme à son image, dans tous les sens du terme. Donc, essaie de comprendre que tu parles.
So you heard the arm, leg, arm, head, right? And we're
Roll
in France,
that
man.
That was the French version. That was
What
dope.
do you meant? What he was talking about?
Well, you know,
NOI, man.
I showed the picture.
Thing about Allah, right?
I showed the picture of Prophet Muhammad because
the black man is God.
They teach that the Prophet Muhammad is Allah, you know, and Muslims don't deal with that. I mean, you know, Allah is not a man. He begets not. He's not begotten. Now, the sister said that, you know, they don't really deal with the Quran like that, but you know, nowhere Elijah Muhammad dealt with the Quran. So he said it, you know, Allah means arm, leg, I'm a head, and then actually he said I'm a hair, instead of head, said
Yeah,
head.
he said
Okay.
that, right?
Yeah. And instead of saying head, he said hair, and that was funny. But then he said in French. Okay, that means arm. I mean, obviously in English it's the same, but he translated what it means, and then he said, Allah created us in His image, and then he said, so try to listen when the brother's talking to you. Like basically, I don't know what I'm talking about. Saying it was just so hilarious, man. But some of these like Orthodox Muslim, they say no, hey, that's not Allah. He's nothing. You know what I'm saying? But there's like, this is the first time in their life they heard that. This is not something that we have in France like that. You know what I'm saying? They are in England, but in France they are very, very few. But man, that was just crazy.
Hey,
Yes.
Shaka.
Yes.
So Allah, right? The words for arm, leg, head,
Yes.
head and whatnot in
Arm, leg,
French.
arm, head.
In French,
It wouldn't pan out,
spell
right?
Allah. That's
only
bras.
works in English.
Yeah, that's bras, jambe, bras, tête. So it's nothing to do with it. And
Allah. Yeah,
but it's a universal religion, though.
But I mean,
I heard
they spoke Arabic. So in Arabic, Allah, yeah, go ahead, young hero.
Egyptian, whatever his name is, he was on Saneta yesterday, and he was showing how that where the word came from, and alu, and it's a lot, I mean, but it's nothing new. Like I said, none of these things is nothing new under the sun. It's just information being recited and being retranslated and put in different concepts by different people that want to be leaders. Period. You know what I mean?
I wonder if it works in Arabic. What are the Arabic words for?
I can't remember what he said the word was, but it's there. Trust me, it's in every one.
Now, let me say, young hero, be aware of that. Commissioner Deb is extremely pseudo. Is one of the most pseudo dude I ever heard. So everything he says should be double checked. But Commissioner Deb,
you need to bring it. He need to come up here then, since you have so much opinion.
But when JJ came here a long time ago, he told me that Commissioner Deb is part of his crew. So I said, please tell him he's extremely pseudo and tell him he can come on. So I'm saying it again. Commissioner Deb is welcome anytime, and anybody else also. Commissioner Deb, I'm sorry, young brother, but you are extremely pseudo. Why am I saying that? He showed the glyph, the hieroglyphic symbol of the arm with the cone of bread, and he said it means Allah. And I refuted that back in 2008/2009. That's a falsehood from a guy who said that during a Runoko Rashidi museum tour. Oh no, he's extremely pseudo. And for those who are looking for it, it's on that Scam Cheddar channel. It's the time when he was speaking with Smash Rockwell, Jonathan Owens. So when that commissioner, that dude, said that, that's when I stopped listening. I was like, okay, that is pseudo as heck, But I don't mean to, disrespect the young brother.
Yeah. He probably, I don't know, he might have show and prove last night. You need to check it out, because maybe his scholarship grown. I don't know, you know what I'm saying? But
that's for sure that his scholarship is wrong. He may say a few things that's correct, but when you see a guy stating publicly that there's a hieroglyphic symbol that means Allah, I mean, that guy is very pseudo. And if he has integrity, he should say publicly, I was wrong about that. That's just crazy to claim that a hieroglyphic symbol means Allah. Besides, I've shown in the British Museum that glyph that appears twice. So what does it mean? Allah? You know what I'm saying? This is just ridiculous.
Hey, but you know what's ironic? Speaking on that, is that in Danish, how you say arm, leg, arm, head is arm, bean, arm, hole. And that's Abba. That's fucking ironic, right? That's actually Abba.
No, it's not, man. It's not.
It's
ironic,
Abba, man.
Abba, those guys that
it's straight up, man.
Are they from Denmark?
That's how you say arm, leg, arm, head in Danish is arm, bean, arm, hole with an H. It's spelled hole is spelled with an H as in head, and that spells Abba.
Let's start a cult.
I'm not bullshit. That's so ironic, man.
But the thing is this,
as in Lord Abba.
Allah is an Arabic word. So when people try to break it down with English words, you know what I'm saying? That's that's pure linguistic acrobatics and linguistic
in itself, right? That's crazy in itself. Yeah,
it is. And they did the same thing with Islam. I self law and master, or I self lord and master. And the Moors, they've been very big with those type of wordplay. The 5%ers, Nation of Islam members, Actually, some people say at home. You can ask Dr. Wesley Muhammad with our team. I won't be long, I promise. Atom, the atom, ATOM.
Adam.
It said Allah, Adam is my accent, and Adam.
Shaka.
Allah, the original man. Yeah, go ahead, young hero.
Yeah, she was saying you trying to use big words. What big word did you use? But then she's gonna tell you about your 5th grade education. Like you see how contradicting that song?
She was trying to portray me as negative in any way. So the first thing that pops in her head, because she had people watching, and she started looking bad because I was quoting Elijah Muhammad and she didn't have any response for it. And even if I was using big words, I was only reading what Elijah Muhammad said. But I didn't I didn't lose sleep over that,
The big word was no.
Crazy.
The big word was what?
That was no. N-O, no. That was the big word. Just the fact that you disagree. No.
Yeah. I mean, even die. Oh no. I mean, before she said we don't like to use the word die, she said something like, he didn't really use that word. I'm paraphrasing at this point, but then I showed it, and that was a kicker at this point. It's like, what are you trying to do? What? But some people like, yeah.
I think she was trolling, man. Whether or not she's conscious of it, I don't know, but she's trolling.
And I don't think she was trolling. I really think she was deep into those teachings. But the problem is that those people, they feel somehow superior, and like they're saying something to you, and you must accept what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? And but I guess she didn't know or have quite a fair bit of knowledge about the NOI. Maybe she's still listening now, but just for the record, Dr. Wesley Muhammad, who is now a minister of the Nation of Islam, and when he was not yet a minister, but he was a PhD, he challenged me to a debate. I'm very familiar with the teaching of the Nation of Islam because I've studied, I've prepared myself for the debate. So I'm not trying to claim like, I'm the authority on the NOI, but I know a fair bit. I read many books, many of the writings of Elijah Muhammad, so I'm quite familiar.
Yo, it's the Yanda law, man. It's the Yanda law. I'm telling you.
The Yanda law. Yeah, what did you say, Killer B?
The Bakongo guy, the Bakongo Israelite guy.
Yeah,
I've been digging up some information on that. Is completely ridiculous. I done found about 3 different groups that have those beliefs, and all it is jacked information from One West Israelite schools that they take and doctor. There is no similarities between Bakongo language and this Paleo Hebrew. What there is some Arabic influence on certain words. Certain words have been generated from contact with Arabs that they'll use, right? And I found 2 different groups use words and they have different translations for it. Now, I remember when the guy, I forgot his name, broke off from the One West school and started his own cult saying that only blacks are Israelites. So there's no Native Americans or Indians, Haitians or Jamaicans they included Jamaicans, which is weird. They'll include Jamaicans and Haitians, but they'll leave out Puerto Ricans and Dominicans and stuff like that, right? Now, it's just totally mind-boggling that these people believe this stuff. And it's absolutely ridiculous. They have no sources. I saw this guy trying to put a PowerPoint together, and he just showed his sources, and one of the sources is his own book. So he'll use some sources, historians, actual scholars, but he'll put his own book in there to try to put it all together.
Damn, that's crazy. What's this? Oh.
Kapahita, who was a Congo, I forgot where his position. Me and Neki did a video on, right? And this lady, because Congo people, they adopted Christianity. And this lady became so fascinated with it that she turned around and tried to tell the people like she was the Virgin Mary, that she went out and had sex with somebody and came back and said, "This is immaculate conception." Like, you know what I mean? God just put this baby in me. I didn't have sex. And she tried to be like this new leader. And I think the Catholics ended up killing her for that. But it's a crazy story. The lady was definitely, something was wrong with her mentally. Something was very wrong with her mentally. But she was smart enough to conjure all this stuff up to try to fool the people. And she actually had a little girl. Her name is Campa Vita. I think Kampavita. I believe that's how you spell her name.
Campa Vita was a person. You know, now I want to check if it's really a historical person, but she basically took up the name of that lady who was a leader. Hold on, this is the empire, but yeah, I'm going to share the link in the chat. So what time period is this? It's like the from 1684 to 1706. She was a prophet and leader of her own Christian movement. See, but that's in the Congo. That's in the Congo, or let's say the Congo Empire. You know what I'm saying? So that would include, you know, some part of Angola and also Central Africa, and of course western portion of the Republic of the Congo. Basically, both Congo. You have the big Congo and the small Congo. So you mentioned, you know, for those who don't know what we're talking about, there's a brother who he knows some French, but he has a British accent, so I presume he lives over there most of his life. Now he said that there is some Paleo Hebrew that was found in the Congo. So I told him I don't believe that. Can you show us? So he said that, you know, he said the name of, yeah, you know, but even if there's a claim of Arabic influence on some words, to me it would be a bit unlikely that the Arabs had some contact to the point where they will have some loan words. I'm not saying it's impossible, but you have some word like sugar. Sugar derives from the Arabic, you know. And I've shared the link here from Etym Online that can show you there's many words that we use in English and in French that actually derive from the Arabic. So here you have sugar, see? So late 13th century, sugar, so that was the spelling back then. From Old French, sucre, and that's how we call sugar in French, we call it sucre. So they tell you that sucre means sugar. 12th century, from medieval Latin, sucarum, from Arabic sukar, from Persian shakar, from Sanskrit sharkara. So there it is, you know, but there's many words like that.
And shakur.
Just for everything else, Shaka, including the name of their gods. So like I said, you know, information is information. It derives from people before, languages before. And people could try to come up with their own concepts of what they want in their own language. But like I said, everybody's truth is their truth. You know what I mean? So you could believe in what you want, but don't try to make it everybody's truth and then disrespect them because it's not their truth or it's not their background. That's not what they came from. And that's what everybody in the world do. And that's why we having these so-called debates and discussions and basically based off delusions and illusions, because at the end of the day, it's a mind thing and nobody can show and prove in the physical world. Regardless of what they say people do, it had to be the people around them in order for it to happen. It had to be a community. You know what I mean? So it was never one man to do anything. So people need to get that straight first.
Yeah, it was never one man, because even in their writing it says, let us make man. Elohim is a form of plural, the im ending, like goim. Misraim, you know, Misra is the name of Egypt today in Arabic. They call it Misra, you know. And so Misraim will be like the people of Egypt, you know, or population of Egypt. And even, you know, Allah is a contraction of al, which is article, the equivalent of the, and La is a word for God. That's why in the Shahada you hear, La ilah, ilallah. So la ilallah is a negative in Arabic. It means no, it's a negative. And la ilah, no God. And then the rest says besides Allah. And we have a word, Babylon. Many people use that word to denote like a wicked government, wicked rule. Actually, in France, for a long time, one of the nickname for the cops was Babylon. So Babylon derives from Bab Ilu. Bab means door or gate, and Ilu is the word for God, and Ilu is a variation. It's kind of the same as El. You see, so Dr. Western Muhammad even showed on the screen when he debated Natural Tahuri. He claimed that Allah is older than Osir or Osiris, as the Greek called him. But what he showed was the Il, and that's the same thing. So in this region, the Canaanite language and all the languages written in Koine form and so on, that's what you had. So Bab Ilu, the gate of God, and that Il, what is it? That's El. It's the same as El. So El is the supreme Canaanite deity. So we went from El or Il or Ilu to Al-Ilah, which literally means the God. Allah means the God.
And in Egypt, you had that title Or, you are, that was attached to a bunch of different deities, whatever. And I thought it meant like great or the great or something like that.
It means great indeed, but I know that some people, will say
not to use that to say they practice Islam. And,
understand.
You know what I mean?
Understand, but yeah, some people will claim that a lot of the names of the prophets and the gods derived from the Medunatra. I don't exactly share the same opinion, but I'm familiar with these statements. I'm familiar, but I'm not convinced, and I'm just being diplomatic. Because I know the brother. I've spoken to him before. Can't with the brother before. That's Kwesi Randehem Pata Aka, I presume, from Odiria Afro, right? That's who you're talking about, brother. Are you?
Yeah, I've heard him say it too. But I mean the
Lazarus, for example, he would say, Ur Usir, all Lasar, and things like that. Solomon, Muhammad, Muphamet, and stuff like that.
Right. Like the oldest examples that they have of Canaanite writings, wasn't it found in somewhere in Egypt?
Well, we could say that. There's Holy Gold Wasa. For people who wonder what I'm talking about, I want them to think that I'm making it up. But here, I'm going to share the link in the chat. But at the bottom, you can hear Middle Nature origin of the Greek and Latin alphabet. So I'm going to share that in the chat. You go to the bottom. Yeah. And
that chart years.
Yeah, that chart is from Anthony Browder. But some people will say he's Afrocentric. That's from his book, Now About a Contribution to Civilization, page 171, sorry. But here we have a linguist called Stephen Roger Fisher. And on his book, or History of Writing, page 48, he has a similar chart showing how we went from the Egyptian or Middle Nature to the Proto-Sinaitic, to the Phoenician, to the early Greek and Latin. And Oligol Wasa also has a similar chart. Now, Oligol Wasa, she is a professor. She's the head of the Department of Egyptology, Ancient Near Eastern Languages and Cultures at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. And she wrote an article entitled, How the Alphabet Was Born from Hieroglyphs. So she argues, and she's not the only one, that when those Canaanites came up with those scripts, they were basically imitating the hieroglyphic. And the link to this article, which got an award, the best of the what is it called again? I think it's a Biblical Archaeological Review, 2009-2010. She got an award from her article, but I'm sharing the link for all purposes if people want to read it further. So in a sense, yeah, the what people who call, I mean, I don't know if maybe the link is just a bit too long, but if you click on it, you will have it. I don't know if you will be a clickable link. I'm gonna try. No, it's not working. So it's best to go to the article. Oh, let me see. Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. So I'm just gonna delete the last part. But yeah, the first link works. And actually, I can even show. Let me do this. That's her article right there. And oh snap, seafood PDF. I hate when you do that. I will have
Damn,
to
this is a
download,
good
man.
article here, man.
It's a lovely article, but I know it is somewhere else. So if I type it, I think it will show up. And a lot of people don't have any idea. Then they're like, why should we bother with the hieroglyphic and blah 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 blah. But man, there it is. That's the article here. Let me share that link right there. I'm gonna put PDF. Yes. The Medu nature is the origin of our script, and here that's Beni Hassan. By the way, the painting from Beni Hassan. That's where we see some Canaanites, and we clearly see that they were not black skin. We show the artifact. There it is. So here that's Hathor, and at the bottom here we have some, Sinaitic writing, or some people may say Phoenician. That line here, B, and it says an important key to the decipherment was a unique bilingual inscription. It is inscribed on a small sphinx from the temple and features a short inscription in what appears to be parallel text in Egyptian and in the new script. The Egyptian hieroglyphic inscription on the sphinx read, "The beloved Hathor, the mistress of turquoise." The text in the strange script, now identified as Canaanite text, reads, "M.R. Baalat, the beloved of Baalat." The reason why they put the T in a bracket is because he surely doesn't appear, but they figure that he was there, or it is just damaged, so they presume that's what it was. And so yeah, you have that whole article, and here you can see this writing here, So, but a lot of people will not check that because they just want to be pseudo. But yeah, and this lady, indeed, she's a professor at the Hebrew University, and here you see the chart there, So she's showing the different hieroglyphic symbols. That's what the Canaanites look like. This is a typical mushroom hairdress. You know what I'm saying? Not only the Canaanites, but the Asiatics in general, which were called Amu in Medu Neter. There it is. You see, that's typical mushroom headdress or hairstyle, for lack of better words. So,
and where was the Canaanites located in ancient time?
where were the Canaanites located?
Yeah.
Well, the Canaanites they come from Canaan. Yeah, which is modern day Palestine or Israel.
Yeah.
Okay. And they were trying to claim them as black people.
The Hebrew Israelites, yes, they try to say that they were black people. As a matter of fact, to make the long story short, many of our scholars back in the days, and some still today, they say and they consider, they believe that people in Asia, Arabia, modern day Israel, formerly Palestine, and more remotely Canaan, they think that they were black people. So they think that Jesus was black if he existed. They think that Moses was black if he existed, and so on. Even down to Prophet Muhammad and so on. But unfortunately for those people, I have demonstrated in my video White Supremacy Black Awakening, which is in the description of my videos, that this population were white skin. Starting from 2500 BC with the standard of Ur, and that's Chaldea, where Abraham is said to come from. So that's 500 years before the lifetime of Abraham, who would have lived around 2000 BC. And I've been saying that for a long time, you know what I'm saying? And we have the evidence, we have the artifacts, I even show in that video, we see Jehu, king of Israel, we see what he looks like. We can tell his phenotype. But then you have people like teenager Yara, who had the nerve to say that you cannot tell the ethnicity of somebody by his phenotype. So basically, you have a dude who looks like George Bush or Bill Clinton, and you're gonna say like, oh, we cannot tell that he's of European descent. We cannot tell that he's of Caucasus. So
Exactly.
he might be Chinese.
Crazy,
he might be,
he may be Negro. You don't know.
Yeah, we don't know.
No, Baraka is Negro. You see his
Barack
features,
Obama can't be.
You
he's
see
not
his
Negro,
hair.
though. No,
his phenotype says so, Bennett.
But they're gonna say no, man. They're gonna say no.
Yeah, you can't win with these people, man.
Well,
nope.
They are disingenuous at one point, and most of the time they don't deal with artifacts. They just read the Bible. That's all they do.
Yeah,
They think that they are deep, and you see, scam nature. All he wants is the money. So as long as he gets money, he will get any crackhead on. Those guys, they want to continue doing what they've been doing, is just reading the Bible. But they want to have
yeah.
debates, they just want to read the Bible. You know what I'm saying? And they think that they are deep. Anybody can read the Bible. But now that they see that there's some people who study and who show artifacts, who learn the languages, they know they are at a disadvantage. So they try to label those people, pseudos, gossipers, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Because for them, if you don't go by the Bible, then, you're wrong. You don't make any sense. Those guys are trying to use theology to deal with history. And that is kind of funny. And that's why every time I talk with
it's funny you
further, man.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because sorry, Bennett.
No, go ahead.
Because you said that he took down the poster behind him the other day, and last night he was basically crying out to Shaka at most, because because he was apologizing again and say he might have come wrong and this and that, and then he tried to make fun. He tried to make fun of Bennett too. At the end of it, some picture thing.
Yeah,
but
well, you know what he could do with that. He could kiss my black ass, yo. That's basically what I could say about it. It's like, what the hell?
Yeah, he can't deal with the facts. He trying to take personal shots, like he proving a point. I didn't even I didn't get it. Like,
Saneda, you have to be careful because when people are talking about your wife, I've been saying, she doesn't have anything to do with that. But I may stop saying that they let people do their thing. You have an issue with me, deal with me. You know what I'm saying? Because you're a punk, Saneda. You told me to come on your platform where you control the buttons. I did just that the same day. You did not put me on your panel. You already put Ching Ching's number out, and he's not satisfied with this. You don't know who you're messing with at all. You just have no idea who you're messing with. You know what I'm saying? But I think you have an idea when it comes to Ching Ching, but there's other people that you don't have an idea who you're messing with. Deal with me. Don't be a punk, man. But anyway, I would like to hear him. Yes, go ahead.
Shaka, did you see the clip that I put up? How much money Sonetta made on the Kemedon trial debate?
No, did you have a?
Did you see that?
No, I don't have. Did you have a link for that?
Oh, yep, coming right up, bro. Coming right up. You know how I get there.
Yeah,
right up.
Okay. Receipts coming in 3 minutes. You can set your timer.
These guys, they have that Yindalaw thing, man. I was trying to tell you. I've been saying that the whole time. That Yindalaw thing is really deep because it's like if you can't win a discussion, discussions should not even be about winning. They should be about the back and forth discovery, interest, finding new things, elevating, so you don't elevate if you're always right and someone else is always wrong. You don't elevate that way, but these guys, what they do is they try to say that, just like the Yindalaw say, don't think you know better than us. It's all designed to keep out new ideas, new information. It's cult. It's like pure cult shit. And then if you don't bow down to it, then they try to get personal.
Yeah,
that's the last thing left. You know what I mean?
It don't leave no space for reasoning or understanding or knowledge. So all of them acting like they have knowledge, they don't have none at all. They're just informed and doctrinated. Because when you have knowledge, you have understanding. When you have understanding, you don't get mad, you don't act emotional, you don't get upset, you don't try to prove none to nobody. You just state what you state and you listen to what somebody else have to say. You don't want to jump on somebody before they even say a statement. You want to cut in and you want to, it's like, come on, bro. Like, people don't practice what they preach, and that's the majority of the world, and it's not surprising to me. Like I always tell you, the unexpected is always expected, especially when it comes to humans, because they're hypocrites, you know what I mean? So everybody always want to be judgmental, but they don't stop and look at themselves. And then we are not trying to be judgmental, but we're gonna speak on the facts and the information, you know what I mean? So we not out here taking no personal shots at nobody for them to feel no way. So if it's something that somebody did wrong, or something that's out in the public, especially out of the own person mouth, whoever it is, whatever camp it is, we could speak on it. You know what I mean? So and that's it. And we ain't losing sleep over it. You know, and where there is wrong, we trying to correct the wrong so it could be right, so people won't get hurt, so children won't get abused, so people won't get brainwashed, so we could start living reality instead of fantasy.
And you know what? What could be worse on your jacket than claiming red, black, and green, or claiming to be about black people, and you're actually scamming them? What could be worse? What could be worse than that? There is nothing worse than that. There's absolutely nothing worse than that. When you claim to be about black people, that's actually supposed to be about self-sacrifice. That's not supposed to be about you paying your bills. Because if that's the case, obviously, what are the rest of the people going to do to organize? Because it's not enough bills to be paid. You're supposed to go to work every day and then volunteer an hour after work. Volunteer outside of raising your family. That's how you get the multitude of people together to do something. You're not supposed to make it about you to pay your bills. You see what I mean? So that's the thing about it. You know, these guys try to distract people from volunteering. You see, if everybody volunteered a couple of hours a week for their own community, a lot of these issues would not even exist. But instead, they want to talk about shit like the white man, but it's like, yo, you in it for a check, your damn self.
Yeah,
you're
exactly.
only in it for a check. You know? So in my world, there's nothing more despicable than that, because why is it that you're about people's freedom, but you need to get a check to be about it? You're about black people's freedom, but you need a check to be about people's freedom. I'm about my people's freedom without a fucking check.
Yeah,
pure volunteer.
You go out there and you work for yours like a man, like everybody else. You know what I'm saying?
Started an organization over here that's 10 years old, pure volunteer. Pure volunteer. Exactly. You see what I mean? I got a whole book about it. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you could have do your job and still come as a community and volunteer, so you could build something. Everything don't always have to be about money, and that's the problem with the world. That's why we can't get nowhere, because nobody don't do things based off compassion and love. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's deep, man. Like I said, it's like, what more do you want us to say? Like, if people don't understand and overstand, they will never, go nowhere, because they just saying they understand, but they're not listening.
We don't come on Shaka's panel to get a goddamn check. We're not on YouTube to get a goddamn check.
Exactly.
We're on YouTube to have a conversation that needs to be had, where we're bringing people together that are from different parts of the world that have the same experience, same background, same afflictions. You see what I mean? No matter, every place we go, you're going to find a person that look like Shaka, myself, you, Jay Heru, Mr.
Young
Jamaica,
Heru, man.
Young Heru, I'm sorry, all up inside of the U.S. prison system. That's what you're going to find us all. You see what I mean? You will find us all there for a reason. You see what I'm saying? And these jokers think that helping your people is about a check. That's
it's about where you from or what you believe in. Go ahead, Mr. Jamaica.
I was gonna say I don't think they even believe that. I think they project that they believe it, but they know what they're doing. There's a thing that's supposed to happen with people in our position that has not been happening, doesn't even look like it's going to happen because of certain things that are being done. Like this thing that folks like that do, it sours a lot of people to, having anything to do with being pro-black and so on. When people be in a lot of these organizations and they're giving out money to the organization, they're trying to help out and whatnot, but the people that's running stuff is just taking the money and just living off of it, as y'all said.
Yeah, for their own benefit.
Just like all of these killings that we have, all these murders of black folks by cops, and then you'll see that the families are upset, and then they'll get a check, and then you never hear from them ever again.
Yep.
Like if that had happened, for instance, back like they attribute like the civil rights movement popping off the way it did because of what happened to Emmett Till and how his mother had that open casket and whatnot. If she had just taken a check and then you never heard any kind of outrage from her and no open casket and whatnot, just you know what I mean? Certain things would not have happened possibly. So there's a stifling going on of our people because of this money element that's in play.
And it's funny you say that, because even if I can't speak for nobody, you know what I mean, but even if they get a check, you know what I mean, like what they did with the check, did they just take it and go and they live their life with their family, lovely, and it happened to somebody else's child, and then they do the same thing? You see what I'm saying? So instead of taking some of that money or asking the to get some more money in order so they could build community security with their own people that live in their own neighborhood, and that money would contribute, in order for them to get equipment or place or whatever, in order for them to have it, to begin to do something about this crime in their neighborhood, because they know the children, they live in there, their uncles, their brothers, you know what I'm saying? So like you said, bro, like it has to start somewhere. You can't just take the money and run. And that comes with everything, whether he's a basketball player, actor, whoever, bro. The same people that came from the same struggle, where the same young black men dying, their friend, their cousin died when they were younger. So they know what it's about. But yet they just take their money, go buy their Lamborghinis, go buy their few 5 mansion, all their jewelry, and act like they're better than everybody else. You know what I'm saying? So, and we are the same people that giving these people these money and these donations, like he said. So we really have to take a look at ourselves, man.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It don't come with a check. There's so many things that we could do or should be doing that have nothing to do with a check. They only have something to do with volunteering, you see. And it's so sad, but that's how we're easily engineered to not do the shit. And then we look at ourselves and say, damn, look at how we become, look at our communities. And then but it's like, yo, other people are doing this. They're going to work. Sure, they're helping each other. Sure, they're doing business together, but they're doing that business and then they are volunteering a couple hours after work for their communities too. You see what I mean? And we just drop the volunteering shit, and go right to the check. I mean, that's the problem. Sometimes the small things are the actual big things. Here's the thing: the small things everybody can do. Check this out. If you don't have a job, then you can volunteer a couple of hours. Go volunteer. You could get a cup of coffee. You could get something to eat. That's what the Black Panther Party was about. That's how they got so powerful, because at least they could give out some, soup or whatever. And people were like, yo, fuck that. I could pass out some flyers. I could pass out some leaflets. So it's not always about getting a check. It's just about having something to do, knowing where to go, knowing where to start, And right now we're in the center of it, where it's like we got dudes that want to drive around in fucking BMWs and shit. It's like I would never waste my money on a goddamn BMW. Like, I'm not that stupid. I want a house. You know what I'm saying?
What you say, Killer B?
So I never bought Benz, $100,000 car. After you done made over $1 million out of the day.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's like I've never had $1 million. What's that excuse? I've never had a Benz, but I would never even dream of having a Benz, because you see so many people driving around here with a Benz and they don't even own a goddamn house. I mean,
yeah, I'm about to say, Ben, it ain't nothing special, bro. It's just
you know what I'm saying? They got that Benz, but what's that note? You know what I'm saying? You got that Benz, but Hitler made that Benz. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but you can't do the small things. You know, the small things are when you live in a community, you can go outside and you don't have to carry a gun and watch your back because people hate you. You see what I mean? I walk outside of my crib every goddamn day without a gun. You know what I mean? Because I'm a damn man. You see, I don't have to worry about it. You know, I protect my kids without a goddamn gun. You know, I would go through the states my whole life. I know what having guns and all of that shit is about. I had to grow up watching motherfuckers get shot. You know, I almost damn near killed a motherfucker my goddamn self a couple of times. You see what I mean? But who makes the gun? The white man makes the gun. You see what I mean? So the white man protects your ass making that gun, and he also going to put it in your hand to have you kill another black motherfucker with that gun. You see what I mean? So I mean, it's crazy to have to think that we have people that say they're community members doing something for the lead for the community, but did Malcolm X have a fucking BMW? You see what I'm saying? Like, did Martin Luther King have a BMW? You see what I'm saying? It's like so many contradictions there, and by people that claim to be doing something for us. They claim to be community members, and they will do and say any goddamn thing just to distract people from the overall reality. And that is, if they look at your ass and can call you a nigga, you're in trouble. That's just what it is. If they could look at you and call you a nigga, you're in trouble. Just like that picture behind Shaka, you know, that he always shows. They try to, these kooky ass motherfuckers today try to, some of them, that's what I was going to say to Shaka earlier. The religious people try to go and tell you their little story and try to tell you how they ain't African. And then the other pseudo scholars come along and say how the Egyptian dude in the painting ain't black. He ain't African. He's Asian. You see, so you got you got all kinds of kooky shit going on. Then you got people promoting it that claim to be helping our communities, but it's like those people wouldn't volunteer a day. You see what I mean? They wouldn't volunteer a day. You know?
He got to weave on all kind of narrative they'll try to come up with to say he ain't black.
Yeah. You know? So it's like, I mean, with the you know, so I mean, they take it personal, but
yeah,
how many of us have scammed our own community in the name of blackness?
A lot of them, bro. They even just like what his name is, I think it's Chief X. He gonna say, yeah, the guy have a wig on, but he gonna say, you really think they had waves in ancient time? Okay, they didn't have waves in ancient time, but they had wigs. Like, come on, bro, stop it.
Right, and you can still look at the dude and tell. I mean, come on, you can look at it, whatever you want to call it. That dude's black. If he was in America, he'd be in trouble. You see what I'm saying?
It's funny how we spend so much time and energy on these things, like it really helps us in some kind of way in reality. The only thing is more the teachings and the lessons, yes, because it shows you certain principles and certain things you could do in order to have, you know, cultivation and basically, you know, this survival instincts, because that's what life is all about, you know, to reproduce and to protect, you know. So in saying that, yes, certain things we do learn from these teachings, but for the overall, it doesn't really, like I said, a lot of people could come and say what they want, what they believe in, and this story and that story. I told you you'd have thousands of stories, you know what I mean? So yours is nothing that special. And in saying that, for the 9 out of 10 is a mind thing. All these people, they can't go out in the physical realm and show and prove none of what they're talking about, bro. All this make-believe deity and God and story and this and that. They can't heal nobody unless they use herbs. You know what I'm saying? So you can cure a gunshot wound unless you take the person to the hospital and a doctor work on him. So, like I said, a lot of things, everybody have what they want to believe in, but at the end of the day, in the real world, it's guns and bombs. You see what I'm coming from? That's the power. That's who rule. So, that's why I say people like to claim this and that, but as far as the powers say, whatever they say, that's what goes, because that's what's on record. They run society. So you could try claim whatever you want from some fantasy book, but in reality, bro, you can't show and prove, because your passport going to say American. It ain't gonna say nothing but no Israel and Hebrew and none of that. You see what I'm saying? So that's your
Exactly.
belief. So if that's what you want to do, it's all good. But don't try to come out and use this book to separate and make us hate each other in reality.
Reality. Right.
You know what I mean? Real talk.
They ain't gonna see. They don't see. They just see everybody. Us all as black. That's what the word Negro is all about. That's what it's meant to qualify who a certain group of people are. So it's like they could say whatever you are, but notice how they say I'm a black Hebrew Israelite, or there's always I'm a black or more. There's always this black thing to it, because that's just a fact in the world. It's like trying to say that Asian people don't exist. It's like trying to say European people don't exist.
That's another false narrative, if you ask me, that whole black concept. You know what I mean? Because, like I said, people had names for where they were from, whatever background they came from, whatever the people call themselves. That's what they didn't call themselves no color.
No, or I mean African. African
That's
descent.
another one. I'm just saying, before these Europeans start trying to give us names of who we are, we had different names we would call ourselves from wherever we were from. You know what I mean? So, but like I said, they had to brainwash us till we forget our own language. So, in saying that, you know what I'm saying, it's deep.
It's true, and it's not that it's anything wrong with it. I mean, I don't. The names, people can debate the names, but the fact of the matter is that people are going to associate different phenotypes with different regions of the world. That's the world we live in today. And people shouldn't run away from what their phenotypes look like. You see, but at the same time, it doesn't necessarily mean that denotes one culture, one language, one nation, or something like that. You know what I mean? But they just use those terms, Negro or whatever, to just try to take a large group of people, vast, many groups of people, and just say that they're unintelligent, to say that they're lesser on the scale of humans, say that they're more closely related to apes, basically. And yeah, that is racist, I mean, it's terrible,
I don't think, like, people still don't understand why they did what they did. You know what I mean? If I'm not mistaken, back in time, the black man was rulers on this earth. You know what I mean? So in saying that, everything these people construct together, especially these books, was to give them right to do what they did to our people, and it's still doing it today, as far as stealing their land, their resources, and everything they ever created. You know what I'm saying? So in saying that, people don't understand, that's why you get all these stories like Ham, Shem, and Japheth, or whatever the thing in the book. And I'm pretty sure these names was never in ancient time. These stories was never in ancient time. You understand me? So yeah, they use it to classify their curse on so-called black people. And then they run with that narrative and start spreading it all over the globe. But they didn't do it with just the book. They did it with manpower and murder and rape and whatever other thing you could think of. This is the same book they had. Yeah, they used to praise in Jesus' name while they were doing you that. Whether it's in America, where in the Caribbean, in Africa, black people, like, they don't get it, bro. That's why we need to get it straight, bro. Every black person around this globe at some point of time was being enslaved, being murdered, being raped. Everybody have their own experience. So don't try to disown people just because they're not from where you're from. Like your experience is so much different from them. You know what I mean? So in saying that, they use the same book to classify what they did for what they keep doing till this day. And now they have black people doing it to each other because they in love with the same stupid book. And that's no disrespect. I'm just letting people know how far they done gone down the rabbit hole,
Yeah,
and
they
they
got
still
layers
don't
to it.
see it. Yeah, I'm just saying, bro. Like, come on, man. Like history. If you do any kind of studying in history, it's all in your face. You can't miss it. So whoever want to act ignorant or act like they don't, they blind and they can't hear, that's up to them, because they in a belief so much they can't even acknowledge understanding. Like, I don't know
Facts.
what to say. That's why they come up here and they get in arguments with us, because they can't even reason, they can't even think for themselves. You know what I mean? A book is thinking for them. Another person is thinking for them. They don't try to even say, let me look at this. Let me try to understand. Let me listen to the brother. No, they in their emotions, they disrespectful, they cursing you, they calling you all kind of names because you're not from the same place they from. And bro, like really? I like anyway. But when they and the thing about it is, it don't even matter. And the thing about America is a gumbo pot. Their favorite superstar is probably from the Caribbean. It could be from Africa,
Right.
from wherever, China. It could be their favorite basketball player. It could be whatever, bro. Their favorite singer. Even if they're not there, their family background is from somewhere in the Caribbean. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so
That's what empire is, man.
yeah,
That's what
like it's,
empire
it's
is.
it's like this kind of, when you have to keep explaining to people, especially people that's supposed to be way older than you, it's a shame. That's why I keep telling people I have respect for my elders, you know what I mean? But when they dumb as a rock, I can't respect that. And you have to understand that, because you have a 60, 75-year-old man on the corner cursing, drinking beer, acting ignorant. So we supposed to respect that? No, I
Well, I
respect
like
Tory that have respect for itself and could conduct itself like a man.
you know what I try to do, man, but it ain't easy because we all on earth. But I like I like how Shaka deals with it, because the thing about, even though it's hard, man, because as you know, we all gotta at some point we have to curse somebody out, at some point. But I mean, for the most part, if you are patient like Shaka is, then other people that watch the clips later, they get to see how erratic or how wrong the other person was. Just like when Shaka went over there to a Black Jesus minister page, you couldn't tell him shit when Shaka went over there, even though Shaka was in his house. Normally, you treat the guest with how you treat your guest says something about your own culture. Normally, right? Well, he couldn't help it. That was his chance to get Shaka. You know what I'm saying? He couldn't even think 1 second past that to think that I'm going to go to Shaka's house after that. No, it was like, you see, he even abandoned that shit. He's like, fuck Shaka's house. I ain't even going there because Shaka going to treat me like shit because I treated him like shit, right? But the thing about it is that it's like, if you just watch the clip, because Shaka was so patient and didn't lose his cool, everybody who watches it can see it for what it is. He just wouldn't, he wasn't up for the conversation. He wouldn't even be 30% respectful of the time. You see what I mean? Just these kind of basic things that all people are supposed to have. And you know what? I'd even say, Shaka, if you was white, he'd probably have more respect for you. I would say that. You might have gotten, you might have got maybe 20% more talk time, because he gave you none. He gave you like what you give the bottom. Like you raped and killed his ancestors, Shaka. So he got not out for you. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's like, damn, is it like that? And I think a lot of times when you keep your cool, what happens in the end is it all comes back to you, because there's a lot of people that are tired of this nonsense, but they don't have a vehicle to get out of it. And Shaka kind of gives them a vehicle to get out of it because he's showing you how the shit work. You know, no need to lose your cool. I got the facts. You upset about facts? Okay, well, that's interesting. Well, let me ask you another question. Then, you know, just keep it polite, keep it, and then when you run the tape back, you see it for what it is, you know. But it's not easy, man, because, you know, it's always easier to throw insults. That's the way out of a conversation. If you throw an insult, you forfeit the conversation. It's like saying, I quit, you know.
That's what 90% of believers do. So it's hard to have a conversation with them because, you know, like they might as well go talk to another believer because Shaka is not having it. He's gonna tell you like it is, you know what I mean? Like, and that's just what it is. There ain't no hard feelings. We ain't up here trying to rush nobody. We just gonna keep it real and be honest. Like, don't take it personal. But like I said, it's 90%. Yeah, 90%.
No, they got to keep it personal. It got to be personal, man. But yo, Shaka, what's up? I see these notes, man. 200,000. I have to see that to believe it. What's that about?
Yeah, I'm gonna share the video, but I just want to say I spoke to the good brother Shaka Amos. I've been trying to reach him, you know, several times. So this time I managed to reach him. That's you know, so I'm sorry I was away for a little while. But the debate is still on. The debate is still on. Yeah, still on.
Okay.
And
got to do it.
But yeah,
you want to speak on it.
Yeah, I couldn't hear what you said, Killer B, but I'm gonna play the video here. I've shared the link in the chat. Yeah, go ahead, Killer B.
There we go.
Yeah, okay.
Wow, this is gonna blow y'all mind. Listen to this.
Yeah,
I was gonna use my video, I put it, but I was yelling at young Heru that night.
Okay. Now
Heru was like, meditate, play it.
Oh yeah. Your ass was just running your mouth.
So for all purposes, for whoever wonders, you have the link in the chat. Okay, so the chat should appear after the live stream, so you can just see it. You know. So let me mute my mic and play it.
With numbers crunching while y'all was arguing. But as you see there, you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the view count down there as I'm pointing out to you. It's a little blurry on your screen there, but you can clearly see that there are spaces for 5 digits. Let me tell you what those 5 digits are. 67,690. That's the number of people that were viewing the event. Mind you, half of those people, the live stream dropped and they couldn't get it. So what did the Hebrew Israelites do? We robbed from the rich and gave to the poor. We snatched the live stream and passed it out in Google Hangout to the people that couldn't get it, as many as we could. But again, 67,690 people viewed the live stream times $20. I think it was $20 or $25. I could be wrong on either hand, but let's just go with the minimum, $20. 67,690 times $20. Drum roll, ladies and gentlemen, give us one. Is 1,300,053. Wait, I'm saying, let me say it again. $1,353,800. One more time. 1,353,800. This is a round number. Of the finances generated from the live stream from Kemet on Trial. Over $1 million, ladies and gentlemen.
That's how much money.
Anybody pay taxes?
From that debate, over $1 million, 1.3 million. That's just that's not the people that showed up to the debate at the Hen Robber Ballroom. That's just the people that paid for the pay-per-view to watch it online. Over $1 million. The next week, Scott Netter got a 80s skater balling. No community center. No going back to school drive. No nothing. For nothing. All the blackity black stuff he talk about. He didn't do nothing for the community. He didn't do nothing for the people in general. and got $1.3 million. $1.3 million in his pocket.
So the white man's not stopping them after all.
But I doubt that there was 67,000 people.
Yeah, how do we know that's true, man? This guy's lying.
Shaka, there was a lot of people watching that debate.
Yeah,
that was like the first debate.
67,000, like let me see.
Is it still up?
David Icke broke the internet record of people watching.
Like 1,000 people watching.
I put it to you like this: I feel sorry for the person whose name that was in, who collected that money, because if you didn't pay taxes,
Brother Reggie, I think
I'm pretty sure they did.
He does the polite technique. You know, polite, the people that polite robbed, when you go to pay for his services, none of the services portals, the payment portals are in his name. They're all in the names of the women that he's with. So if it, just like Sonetter, he said it the other night that Brother Reggie is in charge of the payment portal. The last debate, that they said Napat took off with the 6,000.
Yeah.
She was in charge of the portal debate. She was in charge of the payment. Eventbrite. You know what I mean? So he always has something else take charge. And this is something that a cult leader would do. A cult leader will always leave all the work to a member to do. Because he'll say, oh, I don't know nothing about computers. And they'll say, well, I know about computers. I can set it up for the debate. Oh, it's just easy. It's like, well, okay, sister, you can take care of that, and I'll take care of you and stuff for it. And then she say, oh, don't worry about it. I'll do it. It's for the people. So now you get stung. Or if something happens, he's out of the picture. He can say, I don't know nothing about it. And then that person is on the hook for the corruption. Yep. See how slick that is? That's very slick. So he puts somebody else in charge of the payment portal. So his hands is clean if something goes down, but he makes sure he gets his money. Napa got smart. That's how she took the $6,000, because she was in charge of the payment portal. He said it. I got it on tape on one of my videos I did, showing that debate with who's that with Garfield and whoever. Yeah.
That's what I was saying.
And
because how can somebody run off with your money?
Garfield and Jabari.
I ran it all down. I showed the terms and conditions of Eventbrite, how you can refund the money, how you can reschedule the event, and everything. I showed it right in black and white. And none of the people went and complained to Eventbrite that this man scammed them. Because Eventbrite would have turned all the money ASAP. And they would have locked him out for using that service again. And that's what people need to start doing. Report, not talking to Sonetter, report to the payment portal. And they will say, hey, this guy's corrupt. We'll no longer let him use our GoFundMe. When people do scams on GoFundMe, they cut them off from using the service. But our people, like, we lazy, or they'll say, well, just look at it for a donation.
But Killer B, just like
and that's another thing. If Nepal took the money,
hold on. Let Shaka say this.
Yeah, I just like Wild Funk, I don't believe she took the money, because whenever he's angry at people, he's accusing them. He accused, Polite of being a baby York, Dr. York. Basically, he's accused Polite of being a child molester when he was mad at him. And Onk himself, Onk Akek, Bobby Banger, said that Sonetter lied because he was beefing with him with money. You know what I'm saying? Like he goes at people. He calls them names. You mean to tell me she's going to take his money and he's just going to go on Killer Priest podcast and just leave a comment saying Napa ran over the money and that city leaves it there? No. I don't believe. Like, for example, the hospital. You've seen him talking about 4 different hospitals diagnosed him with AIDS. He should have just sued the hospital and get millions. No, I don't believe him. I don't know what happened. I just don't believe that she ran over them.
But you know what? It shows you a critical flaw there, because he's promoting events that he's not responsible for. So he's promoting the event, but actually the events aren't really in his name, right? He's running the business, as he says, but actually it's not his business. You see, so the only way, even if she didn't run off with that money, and I hear you, I agree with you too. You can't know that that's true, right? Because look at the person who's telling people that. Is that person trustworthy with money? So why would anyone just jump out the window and believe that, right? But it is also an admission in a sense, because if he said she ran off with the money in Nepal, well, how the hell would she have access to the money in the first place? You see what I'm saying? So he's actually telling people that he does not collect the money. These events are not done in his name. He's basically telling the public that, which is real strange, because usually when you're saying the event is yours, your business is organizing it, the public would really want to know whose business it is, because if they don't get their money, they want to know who to take it up with. But in this case, Sonetta is not really telling people who to take it up with until there's a problem. And he says, well, Nepal ran off with the money, or whatever happened. When you buy a ticket, you're supposed to know who you're buying the ticket from. Who's responsible if the shit don't turn out right? If I went to the event live and a light falls on my head and knocks me out, who do I sue? You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. If I go to the event and the security's not right, who do I sue? If I get shot in the event, who's responsible? Who was doing the security? In this case, you will never know. You will never know.
It's strange. It's strange.
Yeah.
Anyway, brothers, it is 2 a.m. and I work tomorrow morning. So thank you all for being there. I really appreciate the presence. Once again, you're muted, Afimi.
I was just talking to my lady.
Oh, okay. So thank you all for being there. It's been a nice 4 hours. I'm sorry once again for being away for a little while when I was talking to the brother, Shaka Amos. And he didn't know that Sonetta and I were beefing. So I really let him know that we're beefing for real. That if he brings up my name, Sonetta might change his whole face, whole demeanor. I really told him we're beefing for real.
Yeah, man, we're watching you, man.
Yeah. So thank you all, brothers. I'm just going to go directly make the closing remarks because this is a bit late, so I'm not going to do the round table. But I appreciate your presence, brothers and sisters. Thank you so much. Make sure you support Layla Wills as well. She's very courageous fighting against child molestation. And it is a noble cause to fight against child molesters, no matter what those people say. So we're going to continue to stand for what's right. People don't like me for standing for what's right. I don't care, what I'm saying. Because truth be told, if we ask them, would you let your daughters with those convicted rapists? I don't think they would say yes, what I'm saying. Not when they are young anyway, because some people have different views, but to each his own. So stay safe, stay healthy. If I'm allowed to, Brother Necheru, I will definitely holler back at you. I don't argue, I state facts. If you're not part of the solution, you're part of the problem. Do I to do Necheru?
Now, for the record, for those who don't know, I'm giving medical nature classes. And here, that's the flyer. Okay? So, those who are interested, feel free to holler at me. If you're not interested, it's cool. But I recommend that everybody who has not yet seen the video, Kemet and Ma'at, Before Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, then watch it. It has about 300,000 views and really deserves to have a lot more.
I just want to let everyone know who's listening in now and who's going to listen to this stream in the future. I just had my first meta lecture class by Brother Shaka today, and I've had other meta-nature lessons by other teachers, and I can tell you right now, the brother is the best in the game. He is, that was one of the best classes I've ever had, ever. So if you're interested in learning the meta-nature, if you're interested in getting the basics of it, Brother Shaka is an awesome teacher. Get with him, and it's extremely affordable. This brother is giving us his time and his skills, and he's basically giving it away. I mean, I just consider it a donation. You know what I'm saying? So if anybody's interested in learning the meta-nature, get with this brother right here. He's an awesome, awesome, awesome teacher. And I'll end with that.
Hotep Senu, Hena Senut. This is Julie, also known as Servant of Yah, and I'm currently taking the Medu-Nature classes with Brother Shaka, and it has been an amazing experience. Only 2 lessons so far, and I feel like I've been taking the classes for months, just with the how in-depth he goes into the vocabulary words, the construction of the language, the grammar. It's been immeasurable, the experience. And one thing that comes across, hands down, is his extreme passion for teaching this to anyone who is willing to learn and has an interest in learning. So I highly suggest, if you are interested, even a minimal interest, that you subscribe to the classes with Brother Shaka. It's such a nominal amount for how much you get. I know, like, our last class was over 2.5 hours. It felt like 2 minutes, but because that's how, involved you are in what he's teaching and how he teaches and how compassionate he is about what he teaches. Also with sharing materials free of charge, no question, no doubt. It's just what he does. He doesn't have to, but he does. And so I just wanted to give a short testimonial about the class and the effectiveness of the class, and all of that is attested to how studied Brother Shaka is. So I highly recommend anyone with a minimal interest that you do sign up for the Medu-Nature class. Hotep.
Don't forget to subscribe to my channel, which is Ma'at Forever. Don't forget to watch the video entitled Kemet and Ma'at. Don't forget to share Kemet and Ma'at on my channel on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, or other social media that you use. Email, text messages, you name it. Those who wish to donate can do so on paypal.me/ma'atforever.